2, 1.
Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the September 18th, 2023 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22, the Acts of 2022, and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will entertain with opening comments from commissioners and then move into discussions on draft regulations regarding host community agreements, municipal equity, and marijuana establishment agent suitability. I anticipate this will be a live drafting session and edits will be incorporated following discussions in order to be voted on. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized. Commissioner Camargo, do you have any opening comments?
Not too many, just good morning. I'm excited to be here. This is the bulk of a lot of months and a lot of years of work. And I'm just excited to kind of get them to look.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Good morning. I think that we're all eager to really get down to the core of our function here as regulators and get these regulations done. I again want to extend my gratitude and appreciation for everyone who's given their opinions, their comments, either verbally during our public hearings or in writing. I think a lot of us have spent a good deal of time combing through those and they were really insightful. And with that said, that's the conclusion of my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, thank you. Also just want to express my thanks not only to everybody who submitted commentary, but obviously everybody who submitted commentary prior to the formal comment period. And, Commissioner Camargo, you said something, this has been years in the making, not just this regulatory work, but advocacy work on behalf of this entire commission, advocacy work on behalf of municipalities, on behalf of the industry that affected the changes that we're trying to, the legislative changes that we're now trying to incorporate into regulations. So looking forward to the conversation, the discussion, the ideas, and hopefully wrapping up a final version we can all agree upon that will be ready for the final steps. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I just want to say that this day is a long time in the making, starting from when the governor signed it into law on November 29th, 2022. It's taken a lot of energy and effort and work to get to this point. I want to thank everyone involved, including all the stakeholders who provided us copious amounts of feedback, which I read all of it. So I want to thank you for all of that today. Having said that, the most important thing this body can do today is to get these draft adult use and medical use regulations finalized. That is what we are appointed to do, and we take that very seriously. So that is the matter at hand. That is the work at hand. A lot of folks are waiting to see what we do today, and a lot of business owners, stakeholders. Municipalities. So that is the number one priority of this commission, is to address these draft regulations. And we're going to ask for everyone's patience because you're going to see how the sausage is made today, because we're going to live edit. So I just want to thank everyone in advance for their patience. So having said that, we're going to move to commission discussion and vote.
Commissioner Roy, if I may. The commission does need to vote and adopt a acting chair, as we do not currently have one for this meeting.
We do, and we are going to stick to the agenda, and new business is the fourth item, so we're going to stick to the agenda. Attorney Carter.
Yes, but we do not have an acting chair for this meeting.
Why is that?
Because no chair has been designated.
We have a statute. We can't have ultravirus making up laws as we go. We have statute and we have precedent here, and the secretary has been appointed as secretary and has served as the acting chair, including Commissioner Stebbins when he was secretary, for about a half a dozen times with no objections to that in the chair's absence.
Yes, if I may. So There are two ways for a chair, an acting chair to be designated. One is by the sitting chair. Here, we do not have that, so we must go to 94G, Section 4. The commission shall have all the powers necessary and convenient to carry out and effectuate its purposes, including but not limited to the power to appoint officers and hire employees. The commission as a body has the authority to designate an acting chair, which would be considered the appointment of a temporary presiding officer.
So you, first of all, we have appointing authorities that we've designated, appointing officers, and I'm one of them as secretary. And sort of, as in your explanation, is not statute. Sort of is not statute, where you alluded to sort of. So the precedent here, we've had no objections in the chair's absence where the secretary has chaired the meeting. There's been no objection until today.
If I may, Commissioner Roy, like in previous instances, the sitting chair designated a chair. Here, that action has not occurred, so this body needs to designate an acting chair in order to run the meeting.
Has Shannon O'Brien been removed from her position as of today?
Not that I'm aware of.
And technically, she's still chair.
Yes, but she's not exercising the authority as chair.
So your argument was we have no chair.
For this meeting, we do not.
I'm moving to rule it out of order. I'm sticking with the menu, the agenda.
Commissioner,
Mhm.
if I may. I know we're in a tough situation, just obviously, where we're at. I know that other commissions that mirror sort of our commission, I know like the gaming commission have had sort of a situation like this before. I know that last week we had a meeting and you ran the meeting, you chaired the meeting. I think that as a body, we do have the power and the authority to pick an acting chair.
Can you point in statute where that says that?
Sure. Yeah.
Can you show me?
I'm happy to read it, Commissioner. Section 94G, Section 4A. The commission shall have the powers necessary or convenient to carry out and effectuate its purposes, including but not limited to the power to appoint officers and hire employees.
And
Yep, Commissioner Stebbins.
Just so we can move on and get to work, I move that this commission appoint the secretary as acting chair for the purposes of this regulatory review meeting.
I second it.
discussion?
Point of inquiry.
Yeah, so we're going to discuss your motion that's on the table right now. So I would say, I know what the law says, and I think that all of us as commissioners here who are here today have been working very collaboratively in order to move forward throughout the regulatory process the last few months, along with our team and even for ourselves. I think that we're in a very, I think people say we're in a pickle. But in terms of the motion that's on the table, I think, Commissioner Roy, I thank you for, the work that you've done and stepping up to manage last week's meeting and before. I think that we're in a situation where we have a regulatory process at hand. We have not just the next few days, but we also have the next few months. This is one of the first steps that we have around the regulatory, these regulatory policies that we need to go through. We have more to come. We have a lot at the table. We have been working on other regulatory working groups as well that we want to get things through. So for that reason, I do have a motion myself. I don't think at this moment, I'm not supporting the process of having you be the acting chair. And I think that, like I said, there's one motion on the table, so I can stop there. But my discussion or my motion, different than Commissioner Stebbins, once we're finished with this discussion, I'm happy to put that motion on the table as well. I think we're at a critical point at the commission where the focus here is regulatory, really understanding the law, not just with our legal team, but us as commissioners and understanding the process. And there's a lot at stake right now. So I don't support the motion.
Okay, so I'm going to,
Let me just, add some clarity to the motion that I put on the table. First of all, my motion was just to designate the secretary for the purposes of the upcoming regulatory hearings that we're all involved in. Long-term, our status, and I think the chair's status is still up in the air, but for us just to be able to move through these next hopefully 3 days of wrapping up our regulatory work was the intent behind my motion. Obviously, the chair's responsibility is recognizing speakers, trying to stick to the agenda, helping to essentially moderate the debate and discussion. Obviously, all four of us are going to have a lot of input, a lot of role in the discussion going forward, a lot of role in, reviewing the regs, offering our insight, our commentary to that. So again, I offer this motion just because, one, it has been consistent with our precedents of the secretary assuming the role as chair. Yes, I hear legal counsel's consideration that usually has come with a chair's designation, but sticking as closely as we can to our precedents, I think will allow us to start the work and get through the next 3 days as quickly as we can and thoughtfully as we can. So just to clarify my point behind the motion, Chair.
Before I do a roll call vote on Commissioner Stebbins' motion as secretary, I feel it's important. I'm going to just, we keep hearing about our heightened code of ethics, so I'm just going to read from it. As secretary, I think it's a good reminder for all of us, including myself. No commissioner or employee may participate in a particular matter as defined by General Laws 268A that affects the financial interests of a relative within third degree of consanguinity. A person of whom such a commissioner or employee has a significant relationship is defined below. A business organization in which he is serving as an officer, director, trustee, partner, or employee. Any person or organization with whom she is negotiating or has an arrangement.
Point of clarity.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just clarify why this is being entered into the record today?
This is being entered in the record today as a reminder of how we are held to a high ethical standard. And as secretary, I have every right to read this. So I'm going to finish reading it.
I'm just wondering, as it relates to the current conversation, how does it apply?
It applies because we're going to take we're sort of in uncharted territory here. We're going to take a critical vote. And so I think it's a friendly reminder. So I will keep reading. Thank you. Any person or organization with whom he is negotiating or has any arrangement concerning prospective employment. Such particular matters include, but are not limited to, the hiring process for employment at the commission, vetting and selection of vendors for the bidding process, and review and approval of license registration. To participate means to participate in agency action or in a particular matter personally and substantially as a state employee through approval, disapproval, decision, recommendation, the rendering of advice, investigation, or otherwise. Appearances of conflict of interest. Where a commissioner's impartiality may be reasonably questioned, a commissioner must either disqualify or recuse themselves and abstain from participating in the voting in that matter, or file with the State Ethics Commission 23B3 disclosure form prior to participating or voting in the matter. So I think this is a good reminder for all of us that any vote taken today could be in consideration as part of a look back for a future conflict of interest, and we must all hold ourselves to the highest of standards.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy. Aye. Commissioner Concepcion.
No.
Commissioner Camargo.
Commissioner, if I may put a motion on the table?
So the motion fails. 2 opposed, 2 in favor.
If I may?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for reading that. I like you said, we're in a process, and at the end of the day, today's focus is to get the work done. But my motion, I'll put my motion on the table. I'll say why my motion, and then we can sort of move along. But my motion is that we appoint Commissioner Concepcion as our acting chair for the purposes of the regulatory process until a chairperson has arrived, whatever that means. And, you know, I'll say, or comes back, right? Whatever you, however you want to say it. I saw the look, so I'm just trying to clarify. But my motion is that we move to assign Commissioner Concepcion as our acting chair for the regulatory process. And I've witnessed Commissioner Concepcion the past few months being on all of the regulatory working groups. From her bio, the work that she's done in the past, she has written and managed a regulatory process. She is a lawyer, an outstanding lawyer, and I don't, not just myself, but I think the community can agree with that. This process that we have in the next few days, plus the next few months, is going to take all of us to work together and really understand the process, the regulatory process. We have an amazing legal team, but I know that we will need some of that. And Commissioner Concepcion, like I said earlier, I witnessed you do a lot of work here, and I know that your legal background is very, very helpful to the process. So I want to take it upon myself to move to appoint you as the acting chair. And I'll leave it at that, Commissioner Roy, for your next procedure.
Do we have a second? Commissioner Concepcion.
Second.
Okay, take a roll call vote.
Little discussion.
Discussion.
You guys-
Are there any comments or questions?
Yeah, again, I offered my original motion because again, I thought based on precedent and again, to Commissioner Camargo's point, we're somewhat in a pickle being 2-2. But help me understand if you can, Commissioner Concepcion, because I do see you as being a lot of the discussion today, because a lot of the regulatory work you have been involved in, right? This is suitability, this is social equity, and this is host community agreement. And certainly I see you driving a lot of that conversation. But obviously there's, as I pointed out, other responsibilities that go with the chair in terms of recognizing folks to speak, recognizing questions to staff, and I'm just walked through that kind of line of responsibility.
I'll just ask for a little bit of clarity so I understand your question correctly. Is your concern about my ability to coordinate the meetings?
No, it's again, my original motion was again to follow precedents. I guess I am raising the question of how do you intend to, one, walk through? I know what is going to be a lot of thoughtful input from you on these three topics, again, because you were part of the three working groups, but also again, just having the responsibility also of recognizing speakers and doing those things as we kind of go through it. Just kind of,
Sure.
if you can't just.
So as Commissioner Camargo noted, and as you yourself has noted as well, I've already played a unique role in this process, being the only commissioner to write and be a part of every working group that we are discussing throughout this regulatory round. So that gives me a different level of insight. I know that at least for these conversations today and tomorrow and potentially Wednesday in particular, I have the ability to really assist in who needs to add to any commentary or background to every point and issue that we're going to discuss. On top of that, I think that I might be uniquely positioned to be able to coordinate the meetings on top of going through our regulatory round because I'm not confused about what's written.
Okay.
I already know it. I have that advantage there, and I won't get into sort of what I've done to this point to get us where we are in terms of regulations, but the legislative and executive outreach strategy, making sure that we were active, that we were heard, that we actually got this bill to the place where it was to become law. I won't go too deep into that, but I understand what we're doing here. And I know sort of the function and processes that need to take place from this point forward. And I think that I'm uniquely positioned because of that.
Okay.
Let me just add, and thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Stebbins was not quite finished.
No, let me, if I can direct question to Commissioner Camargo. Can you just repeat your motion?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner
Yeah.
Stebbins. I move to appoint, let me actually look at my my notes. I can say it exactly. For our legal notes. So I move to designate Commissioner Concepcion as acting chair until the return of the chairperson.
Would you invite, again, day to day, we don't know what's going to happen.
Sure.
Would you be willing to amend your original motion to just say appoint Commissioner Concepcion as acting chair during this series of regulatory review meetings?
And Commissioner Stebbins, I always call on you as the professional commissioner because you were on the gaming commission, I think 10 years before coming here, but tell me why.
Again, and.
What's your fear?
Huh?
What's your fear? Tell me why.
There's no fear. I'm just thinking through how do we prepare ourselves for whatever might come with the current situation we find ourselves in.
Do you mind if I make an additional
No,
comment?
You have to be recognized.
Let me just finish. And I both Commissioner Concepcion and Commissioner Camargo appreciate what you're stating in terms of what I know Commissioner Concepcion can bring to the regulatory hearings that we're having. These few meetings that we're having with respect to review, comment, changes, final promulgation.
Sure.
I would ask if you would consider this designation of chair just being for this regulatory review process, because we don't know what might happen
So let me ask
by
you.
the end of the week
Yeah.
or next week. Or
I hear you, Commissioner Stebbins, and I know you, I'm sorry, Commissioner?
Commissioner
Oh,
Camargo.
yeah, thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, I know that you're very methodical and I know that you're sort of a process person. So I know that you're thinking what's at stake right now in terms of the next few days in the regulatory situation. This is an awkward moment that we're all in. There's a pink elephant in the room and, right, it's awkward. And it's also awkward that we have to have this conversation in public, that we can't go into executive session, and that we're at where we're at. But the reality of this, and I think you all know this, whether we're a little fuzzled, shaken up a little bit right now, we need to be able to govern ourselves, right? We've been here, we've been doing the work for the last 2.5, almost 3 years. We have our differences. We don't always see eye to eye. And sometimes we go at it and we bicker, and it's all good and it's all love at the end of the day, right? We're at a moment right now where we need to govern ourselves. We're grown people, very high level professionals who know what's at stake right now. I understand where you're coming from and I respect it. I also don't know what's going to happen down the line. I feel confident whether this regulatory process for the next 3 days or next week, I feel confident that my motion for Commissioner Concepcion can handle that and it can walk us through what the next 7 to 10 days may look like of the commission. So, I mean, you and I have a conversation pending on Friday around social consumption. We're eager to get back to social consumption, right? And to really to work and start putting those regs together. There's the delivery and the courier stuff that has to come up. You are working on micro businesses. There's so much at stake at this commission. And so I hear you and I understand why you would like me to amend my motion. I also feel that for us right now to continue to move forward and really just govern ourselves as I think we can, the four of us here, even though we're at a lock right now, I think we can. So for that reason, Commissioner Stebbins, I'm not going to amend my motion. And if we need to come back to it later on, we can, but for purposes of today, my motion today, it stands.
I believe this is ad hoc. This is ultra virus. You're creating policy and law as you go along. I was appointed secretary unanimously by this body. It was also unanimously agreed upon that in the absence of a chair, the secretary would chair the meetings. This has been done 6 times in the absence of a chair with no objection. And today we have objection. Why is that, Commissioner Camargo?
I don't think I need to sit here and explain why, Commissioner Roy. I have a motion on the table. I think I've said my discussion as to why, and I'm happy to take a vote.
For the record, though, I was asked why I was reading heightened code of ethics. So I was asked. So for the record, I'm curious, as this has been done 6 previous times. It was agreed upon, I was voted on unanimously. It was agreed upon unanimously in the absence of a chair. The appointed secretary would chair the meetings. And now what is the objection today? This has been done 6 times.
You're asking me personally.
I'm asking you as a commissioner,
Yeah, no, I'm saying as a commissioner, yeah, but you're asking me. The question is to
Commissioner
me.
Camargo,
So,
because it's your motion,
yeah, thank you. So I feel like I've already said my part.
but it doesn't answer the question. Why the objection today, not 6 times prior?
Hey, let me finish. Commissioner Roy, I know where you're at. I see where you're at right now.
Where is that?
That we're having this discussion around the chair. So I understand what you're saying. I understand what you've said. You were asked as to why you were reading that on the record. I didn't ask you that. It's okay that it was asked. I feel like I've already said what I've said. I don't have to sit here and explain myself. But I will say, since you're asking, Commissioner Roy, like I said before, I understand what you're saying. We've had conversation. I know what you're saying in terms of the chair piece, but we haven't voted on it. And we're having a public discussion today. Yes, you were voted as secretary. I was voted as treasurer. So I get it. But we're having a public discussion today around this process. I'm not going to repeat what I said. It's already on the record. It's already there. I think to move forward, again, it's my motion. And to move forward, I just think, and I appreciate you for having what you've done. I told you this at the last meeting that we ran. You did a great job. For the purposes of us moving forward and what this commission needs at the moment, to get through the regulatory work and beyond, because we don't know what's going to happen in the next 7 to 10 days. I'm just saying that as a thing. I feel fully confident that my motion around Commissioner Concepcion being the acting chair is valid. I don't want to sit here and go through your accolades or dismiss any of your work because I respect you. But at this moment, Commissioner Roy, I'm not supportive and my motion stands. So.
Point of inquiry. We had this, it was voted on unanimously. This has been the policy. There is precedent. This flies in the face of statute and precedent. And there was no answer on why no objection 6 times previously, but the objection, there was no clarification around that.
Commissioner Roy, listen, you know this. I know what's happening right now. Like, we're going through this whole process. We all know that we have the power and the authority as a body, and you all know this. And we could take a pause and ask legal, but we have the power and the authority to nominate or designate an acting chair. At the end of the day, it's in the statute. We have our legal team here. They're happy to read it. So I know we can come up with everything here. The reality is, Commissioner Roy, your argument right now doesn't stand, because I get it that you've been selected as a secretary, but at any moment at any time, we have the power and the authority to be able to nominate an acting chair for whatever situation. This is a different situation that we're in today. And I know it's very difficult, but the law stands. And I don't know if legal has any comment or anything like that, but to your, I can sit here and keep going back and forth with you, but we have the power and the authority. And
So
today,
for
one of those days
precedent,
that we can exercise that power and authority in order to move on, because we have a lot of work to do.
Exactly, is why I wanted to rule it out of order, because we have a lot of work to do for the people sitting here, for the people watching. There's
Right.
people worried about how they're going to pay their bills. There's people worried about how they're going to keep their employees employed. And instead of an internal struggle being played out in public, we should move it to the end of the day so we could get to the business of hand.
We have
But
a
since
motion
that
on
didn't
the
happen.
table.
Okay, so has this happened before? Let's talk about precedent. Well, this is what we received.
I think our Rebecca Lopez Enforcement Council.
I know,
Go ahead.
you
We don't have a chair right now. Go
You
ahead,
can't
Rebecca.
No, we do have a chair. I opened the meeting. I have the gavel right now. I have the gavel right now. I have the gavel right.
But you're not the chair.
I have the gavel.
So,
So I'm going to
Commissioner
read
Roy,
my
Commissioner
statement
Roy,
and
go
then
ahead.
I'll recognize,
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
yes, thank you. So has this happened before? Sort of. While the commission has not voted on an acting chair previously, Massachusetts Gaming, in the absence of a chair, moved to designate an acting chair. So there's sort of, that's the answer. Oh, okay, so Counselor Lopez, thank you.
I just wanted to ask a question, because actually both of you just raised a very important point about the long road ahead, right, that we have in terms of our regulatory work. And I know everyone here is very committed to that. I guess my question is, and perhaps this is a question for legal, is there a risk that if we do not appoint an acting chair consistent with the statute, given the absence of a chair right now, could that be a procedural defect that could undermine the validity of the regulatory work we attempt to do for the remainder of the meeting? Because that would be my primary concern.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Lopez. Yes, I would suggest that it would open the commission up to risk of challenge.
Commissioner Roy. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a comment?
No, I was just going to follow up and thank you, Attorney Carter. I do appreciate that. So with that said, I would advise that this be a matter that we resolve before we get to the remainder of the conversation, only to ensure that we are protecting all of that work and not exposing it in that way. So respectfully.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you. And because it's been brought up, and I wear Commissioner Camargo's tag as the professional commissioner, which is a little frightening, but just to offer some review of the example that's been alluded to with respect to the Mass Gaming Commission. We voted to select a new chair because the chair at the time had stepped down. We're in a little bit of a different pickle right now because the chair has not stepped down or resigned. I would suggest, and I'll be upfront about this, I will probably vote against this motion, but subsequent to that, I would like to make a new motion, which would be to appoint Commissioner Concepcion as acting chair for the purpose of conducting these regulatory hearings.
Commissioner Roy, if I may.
Commissioner Camargo.
So Commissioner Stebbins, what I hear you saying is that you would vote against my current motion. Say your friends. Just kidding, trying to bring a little bit of humor into this day, right? And that you would put a new motion on the table to appoint Commissioner Concepcion as the acting chair through our regulatory process.
Yep.
And just to be clear, our regulatory process is the next few months. So I want you to understand that as well, because even though we're done on Wednesday.
I would clarify my motion, but it would put us through, what we have currently scheduled and posted is 3 days of regulatory hearing.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, I won't say yay or nay, but
No.
I think, no, I know, I'm just saying, Commissioner Roy, if I may.
Mhm.
Yeah. Commissioner Stebbins, I hear what you're saying. Thank you so much. And Commissioner Roy, if you would like to, I guess, put the vote on, then we can.
Would you restate your motion for the record, Commissioner
Yes.
Camargo?
Let me say it correctly, so I don't have no one coming after me. I move to designate Commissioner Concepcion as acting chair until the return of the chairperson.
I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins?
No.
Commissioner Roy? No. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
The motion fails. 2 in favor, 2 opposed. Commissioner
Fine,
Stebbins?
Mike. I move that the commission appoint Commissioner Concepcion as the acting chair for the purposes of conducting the next 3 regulatory hearings is currently posted.
Commissioner Stebbins, what happens after Wednesday? Do we need to add any additional language?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Roy, should we take a second before we have a?
No, I point of inquiry.
We need a
I need a point of inquiry.
motion
Point
on
of,
the table.
I have a point of inquiry.
Oh, before the second.
Yeah, this is, my motion is clear. It's just for conducting business for the next 3 days.
And then the appointment, the temporary,
Can we come back on Wednesday and revisit?
We can revisit it at any time. We might revisit it when there's clear, clear determination of the chair's responsibilities.
okay, could you restate your motion, Commissioner Stebbins, before I ask for a second?
Sure. I move that the commission appoint Commissioner Concepcion as acting chair for the purposes of conducting the next 3 days of regulatory review and meetings.
And what was the last part? Because I didn't hear it too well.
Regulatory review and meetings is currently posted.
Commissioner Concepcion, do I have a second?
I will second the motion and I'll explain why I'm seconding the motion.
Sure.
We have work to do.
Yeah.
We cannot get hung up on this. I don't want this to be the focus today. That was never the intention. So second.
I agree.
Okay. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy, aye. Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Commissioner Roy, may I ask for a 5-minute recess before we move on?
Could I have a motion for a 5-minute recess, Commissioner Camargo?
I have clarity. So does this motion move and now the meeting is handed over to me for responsibilities?
That's correct, Madam.
Okay,
Madam Chair.
thank you.
Commissioner, Roy, did you want to restate the motion and the vote? Do you need to or no? Okay, all right.
So Commissioner Camargo, do you have a motion for us to take a brief recess for, let's say, 10 minutes? So it's 10:40 now, 10:50.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a second?
Second.
So now I will go, I'll do the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
The chair says aye. We are adjourned until 10:50.
Thank you. Thank you, Paula.
Andrew. Thank you, Paul. All right, so we're calling our meeting back to order. The next item on our agenda is host community agreement. So we'll get straight into the regulations. We don't have time to spare. I'll now turn things over to Acting General Counsel Andrew Carter, who will introduce the section on host community agreements.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So a little bit of overview as it relates to process. We will be engaging in the same process that we had in July with our draft regulations. So I will introduce the section of the regulations that have changes, and I will then open the floor up to the commissioners who may have edits or amendments. If there are no edits or amendments, we will then move on to the next section. I further would note that it would be my counsel that the board operate by consensus to the extent possible. So if the four of you are all in agreement on a particular edit, I don't believe that there's need for a vote. We can make the edit and move on and reserve a vote at the end. However, if there are issues where there is not consensus among the board, I would suggest that the sponsoring commissioner make a motion, a second, and it be debated, and then ultimately whether or not it's adopted would be a decision for the body. So starting with, one final thing to note, we will be working in 935 CMR 500, which is our adult use regulations, but it is consistent with what we did in July is we will move corresponding regulations from 935 CMR 500 into 501, which would be the adult use, the medical use of cannabis, to make sure that there is consistency amongst our regulations. So we will begin 500.002, which is our definition section. So I would open up to the body if there are particular amendments to any of the draft regulations and up for debate.
The chair recognizes Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm excited right now. I feel like we've been studying for a test and today's the test day. So if you turn to page 17, commissioners, I have a question, and Kyle, I believe you're on screen. Attorney Lopez is here. I believe Kyle is here. Okay. I want to make sure he's here. Thank you, Kyle.
Hello, Director.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning. Good morning. So if I may, page 17, definition around reasonably related. My question is, and one for educational purposes and public awareness of what's next. So do we need guidance on reasonably related, both for municipalities and the industry? So that's one question, because I know things will end up in guidance later. So that's my first question. I don't know if you want to tackle that one. And then I have a question for the compliance legal team after.
I can't see Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
Enforcement
her face,
Lopez, she's raising her hand right now. Go ahead,
Okay.
Counsel Lopez.
So I'll just thank you very much, Commissioner Camargo, for that question. In terms of whether or not we may need a guidance document relative to the definition of reasonably related, we do have the definition here, which is the agency's interpretation of what that term means.
Yeah.
However, guidance may be useful for the public to understand and have concrete examples of what it could look like out in the living, breathing world. So my understanding from public comment is that that is something that would be helpful, and we can put that into a guidance document as just illustrative examples of what would constitute reasonably related costs.
Yeah, if I may finish my thought. Thank you. And yes, I know that the definition's there, and I'm sorry, I should have rephrased it differently, but I think that reasonably related, I think we definitely need examples once this is approved, because it could be almost anything if you have a good argument for it, right? And if you have a good expensive attorney, it could be anything. So I want to make sure, and I don't know how this works, Andrew, Mercedes, and for our team, the stuff that will need guidance later, but I definitely would want to really push hard for this to have some kind of example around guidance and whatnot. And then before you answer that, I just had another thing here that I just said to myself, where does it say that the commission has the power and the authority to claim something not reasonably related? And how will 184C be operationalized? So
I'll start with the first point before I turn it over to my cherished colleague. So in terms of the guidance, I just wanted to follow up by saying that the working group for the host community agreement topic did identify several examples of what would constitute reasonable relation between the operations of an ME or an MTC and the costs imposed on a municipality. But because we didn't want to be overly prescriptive by putting those in the regulations, the decision was made that we would reserve that for a guidance document. So some thinking has gone into that and some concrete examples have been identified, just so you're aware.
perfect.
Director Potvin, I didn't know if you wanted to add any additional comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with everything that Enforcement Counsel Lopez said. The only other point that I would bring up as maybe kind of additional foresight into what will eventually be policy implementation following the promulgation of the regs is that we currently, as a commission body, have a guidance document on host community agreements that is available to the public and industry as a whole. That document is based on existing law Chapter 180. So that document more likely than not will need revisions, which I would say some of the things that Commissioner Camargo was bringing up could be included in that. Just so that we're aware of what's on the landscape right now and what might need amendment following promulgation and then going into the next policy step of implementation. So I think it's more likely than not that that document will require updating based on whatever regulations are promulgated.
Thank you.
If I may, I'm sorry.
Well, I'll let you finish your thought and then Commissioner Roy has a comment.
Yeah, thank you. And this is in the same vein. Can you explain to us how it's going to again operationally? Where does it say, or how do we, not how, but can you, let me rephrase that, sorry. Where does it say the CCC has a power and authority to claim something not reasonably related? So for public awareness and education. Yes, please.
I believe, Commissioner Camargo, you did cite the specific regulation in your earlier comment under 180. So it may be appropriate to discuss sort of the mechanism when we get into that section as opposed to definitions,
Okay.
but ultimately defer to you.
Okay. And I'll just repeat it for all of us. It's 500, 180, Section 4C.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would it be reasonable, no pun intended, for us to provide guidance as we call balls and strikes what is unreasonable?
Yeah.
Would that be reasonable for us to cite in guidance what is unreasonable?
That's good.
Okay.
Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
So to respond to your point, Commissioner Roy, yes, I think that's also part of the process is as we are living and breathing this process and assessing these fact-dependent circumstances on the ground, we are going to have a lot more examples to tap into for purposes of a guidance document. So if we put out an initial guidance document, we can always update it as we learn more. And just a quick follow-up to Commissioner Camargo's question about authority. I do want to just also restate for the public's awareness that the legislature did in its amendment of the statute give the commission the authority and the power to establish criteria for reviewing, certifying, and approving community impact fees. So that's where the authority to make that assessment on what is or is not reasonably related, that's where that comes from, that authority.
Thank you so much. And Commissioner Roy, thank you for that. That's exactly.
Now, Commissioner Camargo, for clarity sake, are you recommending a change to this or an
No,
edit?
I am
or-
not.
Okay.
I'm not. I just wanted to be very clear that once we do accept this, that there is some follow-up as to, what is not reasonably related and do we have the power, to say, yeah, that $100,000 for the tree in the park may not be appropriate. I love trees, but I'm just using that as an example.
That's helpful. So do we have consensus? Let me just do a temperature check amongst commissioners.
Yeah.
There's consensus. Okay, then I will give it back to our counsel, Andrew Carter.
Yes, and I think also maybe as we begin this process, I know in other iterations, the board has gone line by line. This board has not operated that way. So if you would like me to go line by line, that is an option for you. But also if there is more targeted edits, we can just go directly to them as well. So if there are other edits in the definition section.
Commissioner
Madam
Stebbins.
Chair, thank you. Not so much clarification of a definition, but where I would like some willingness of my colleagues to come back to definitions, because there is a definition I wish to suggest, but it might be more appropriately to tie it into where I talk about it further in the regs.
I see. I see. So let me ask our acting general counsel if that is reasonable. Can we go, lack of a better word, reasonable? We can revisit this, and I believe we can, but I just want to confirm it with legal.
Yes, so the way that I would think about it is the document is open for these 3 days for us to edit, for the body to edit and collaborate. And while it would be my thought that perhaps each day we tackle a topic, I do think Wednesday may also be reserved for matters, cleanup matters. You know, there's always things that maybe come through and, you know, maybe a commissioner would like to sleep on it. You know, we want to make sure that there's ample time for commission deliberation. So I think Commissioner Stebbins, to your point, it would be appropriate to tie it to the regulatory section. And if the regulatory section that you are developing requires a new definition, then I think it is appropriate for us to revisit .002.
Commissioner Stebbins, do you want to offer at least the term so that we have that in mind as we get to that section?
Yeah, I'm happy to do it, you know, without creating too much speculation. We do have a term for host community agreement waiver.
Okay.
And,
That's helpful.
and again, at some point, I'll share my thoughts a little more in depthly when we're actually tackling that part of the regs under 180. I will be suggesting or proposing a new definition for what I will define as a host community agreement review waiver.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney Carter and Lopez, under model host community agreement, do we need to beef up that language? It says means a template published by the commission to illustrate a compliant host community agreement, but they were actually able to execute that. So do we need to beef up that language? In other words, that it could be, that document could be actually, right now it's kind of vague whether or not that folks can actually execute a model host community agreement. And I don't know if we should just beef up that language just for discussion.
Are you asking the commission? Are you asking?
I'm asking for a legal opinion. Do they
Okay.
think we need to beef that up?
So I will recognize Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
Thank you very much, Chair. So thank you for that, Commissioner Roy. I actually would say that from an enforceability perspective, we probably should add more to the model host community agreement definition. For starters, I think we want to add that a host community agreement that conforms to the model HCA is deemed compliant. We do state that in the regs, but in subsequent regulations, but there's no harm in also stating that upfront as part of the definition itself. And then also adding some additional clarifying language that that a host community agreement that conforms with the model HCA is a separate agreement that the parties can negotiate and execute.
Commissioner Roy, did you have any language to offer?
I was just typing the language presented by Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
So maybe I'll direct this to you, Enforcement Counsel Lopez. Do you happen to have any language that you might want to offer?
Sure.
Changes? Yes.
So what I would say is, we'll say model host community agreement means a template published by the commission to illustrate a compliant host community agreement. A host community agreement that conforms to the model host community agreement is deemed compliant. and is a separate agreement that can be executed by a host community and a marijuana establishment, or between a host community and a medical marijuana treatment center. I think we might have to add licensed applicant into that as well.
Commissioner Roy, would you like to make a motion to include that language?
I do. I just need a point of clarification. Councilor Lopez, when you say should we leave the word separate in there, like a separate agreement?
Sure.
You want the word separate in there?
It can be, or you can start it as the next sentence.
So, okay, so I'm going to take it from the top. Model host community agreement means a template published by the commission to illustrate a compliant host community agreement. Host community agreements that conform to the model host community agreement are deemed compliant. Period there? Okay, next sentence.
A host community, let's say a host community agreement that conforms to the model host community agreement may be signed and executed by the parties. Or is signed, must be signed and executed by the parties. Apologies. This is a challenge on the fly, but.
Do you have a question?
We'll make it happen.
Commissioner Camargo?
Commissioner Roy and Rebecca, so I know we're adding this language in here, which is going to be a lot of what we're doing today. Andrew, to your point, you said that on Wednesday, we can always come back and look and sort of edit, even though we vote the concept in, right? But we can come back and edit a little bit if we needed to for whatever reason. And I'm only asking just because we're going to do this throughout the day. So please.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I would suggest that generally speaking, a vote is not necessary if everyone is in agreement in the draft language. I think that, like I said, the regs are open where we are. If there is a vote, then we will honor that, and that will be the language that cannot be modified. But if the body is operating by consensus until such time as the final vote, then I think the language does have room for some movement.
That's a helpful question.
Yeah,
Thank you.
just because, I mean, I want to see it later on during the break to see how it reads, unless you want to put it in the chat.
Well,
Back to you, that's helpful.
that's exactly what would be helpful. So Attorney.
Yes, and one other suggestion is, I think when we are making our edits in real time, it would be helpful for me to read it back. So there is make sure that we all are on the same page. So if I may, model host community agreement means a template published by the commission to illustrate a compliant host community agreement. Host community agreements that conform to the model HCA are deemed compliant. A host community agreement is a separate agreement and can be executed by a host community and a marijuana establishment, or between an HCA and marijuana treatments, host community and a marijuana treatment center.
Thank you. I'll look to my fellow commissioners. Do we have consensus to Enforcement Council
I
Lopez?
think we want some slightly different language for
Yeah.
that, but in terms of how we want to, for this meeting, go about that, what would you suggest?
Sure, so if you have edits, we are here to make them. So if
Okay.
there's other language that you think is a little bit more precise, then we would welcome that.
Okay. It's hard when I don't have the language in front of me, but I will,
Are we allowed to dunk the, excuse me for speaking out of turn, but are we allowed
Commissioner
to?
Camargo.
Thank you, my bad. Are we allowed to dump the language that you guys are writing into our chat, into our meeting chat so that we can actually see what you guys are writing? Or I don't want to violate any kind of law, but,
Yes, we could do that.
okay.
That's helpful.
Right, because that's our internal meeting thing, right?
Yeah, and it's occurring at the public meeting and it's being discussed.
Yeah.
So Mercedes, if you just want to drop the language in the chat.
Is that fair, folks? Commissioners?
I agree.
Because then everybody can see it, even you, Rebecca.
Yes. Would it be helpful to have it on the screen?
That would be helpful, please.
We'll have Grace put it up.
Okay.
That works.
I'm not sure Grace can do that.
Oh, could you put it on?
My
the
button
screen
won't
or
stay.
No, okay, then we will put it in the chat. I apologize.
You can't do it, okay.
We can do it for.
Okay, perfect. Okay. In the meantime, I think we can proceed. Attorney Carter.
Absolutely. So moving on.
Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
Before we move on from definitions, there was another definition I wanted to note for the commission that caught my eye. Again, from an enforceability perspective, it's on page 12, local approval process. So local approval process here is defined as the steps involving a host community's cannabis licensing, including but not limited to zoning, all associated fees, deadlines, and meeting schedules for local bodies involved in such processes. I would suggest that we modify this definition to remove licensing so that it is clear that the commission retains the sole authority to issue licenses to marijuana establishments and medical marijuana treatment centers. And I just readjust the language so that it's clear that we're referring to the approvals that can be done on the local level, but there is not a separate local license that is being contemplated because the commission retains the authority to do that.
I wonder, and Counsel Lopez, if there is a word we can use in lieu of licensing that would identify the process that local municipalities do go through. And
If I may, Madam Chair, what if we swap out the word licensing with permitting?
I'll look at my fellow commissioners to see if you, okay.
So we are comfortable. So the definition for local approval process will read, local approval process means the steps involving a host community's cannabis permitting, including but not limited to zoning, all associated fees, deadlines, and meeting schedules for local bodies involved in such processes.
Thank you.
I do have another definition before we move on.
Commissioner Camargo.
So I think similar to Commissioner Stebbins, I have I wanted to add, oh, I'll wait for Andrew and Mercedes. Take your time.
Just making sure we captured it.
Okay.
You guys are good? Okay. Commissioner Roy.
Before we move on, I do have a question about this,
We weren't done with your.
if that's okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Commissioner Wright.
Thank you. Should we put the word equity in the local approval process because now it's mandated in the local approval process, municipal equity? So I'm wondering if we need to embed that in the local approval process definition.
How would it read, Commissioner Roy?
But not limited to municipal equity, zoning, all associated fees, deadlines, and meeting schedules for local bodies involved in such process.
I'm not quite sure. I understand completely. Do you mind just expanding a little bit more?
Sure. So part of the local approval process will be incorporating municipal equity as part, it's in 180. So do we need to incorporate it in our local approval process definition?
Did you want to add a?
Sure. Yeah. Sure. Commissioner Roy, I hear what you're saying. I think it's, I hear what you're saying, but I don't think it's needed because it's, the municipal equity, how I'm sort of seeing it and hearing it's obviously it's part of these new regs, it's part of the law. It's implied throughout chapter 180. So I think how I'm reading the local approval process definition is the local approval process definition. Like it doesn't need, I don't think it needs the equity term, but I hear what you're saying.
Commissioner Stebbins?
I had a comment about, sorry, not about equity, but adding under this local approval process. Many communities go through a selection, a license application process. I want to make sure that, and that to me is a little bit outside of permitting. Or it could, again, we're trying to offer some clarity into what the definition means. So I would suggest if we can, local approval process means the steps involving a host community's cannabis permitting process, license award or selection process?
I think this section, this definition might need some more work. I think, yeah, but I see Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
What we could try is we could try kind of loosening the language a little bit by saying something along the lines of the local approval process means the steps required by a host community in order for a licensed applicant to operate as an ME or MTC in the host community, including but not limited to, and then kind of continue on from there. I'm happy to put that language in the chat if that works.
That would be great.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Also, I've added the proposed language for the model host community agreement in the chat as well.
Thank you. Are there any other comments about this section of our proposed? Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah. So, if we turn to page 18. Wait, sorry, page 19.
Page 19. So as you all know, I think we went through this one before. Social equity business means a marijuana establishment, blah, blah, blah. I think like Commissioner Stebbins, I don't know if I should bring it in now or later. I don't have the exact language just yet. But I was thinking that the same way that we have a social equity business, we should probably add a definition for equity participant. And the reason equity participant, so the same language that we have here, ownership of an individual who are social equity program participant or who have been certified as meeting the commission's criteria. So I think about those that are equity participants and are not operators, folks who have ancillary businesses, folks who are trying to, get to our programming and things like that. And I was curious how folks felt about adding a definition for equity participant by itself.
That I asked you to clarify because I know the definition for social equity program participant is here, and then we have a definition for economic empowerment priority applicant.
Yeah, so the part that I wanted, thank you, Chair. The part that I wanted to add was, let me tell you the concept instead of me looking, because I'm thinking about the wording, but the concept is having an equity participant definition that allows for equity participants to get certified year-round for the SEP program or any equity program. So the same way that we're allowing we're allowing licensed businesses, I wanted to introduce a concept of allowing equity participants. Obviously, this means that our SEP program would be something like the same way that the businesses we're doing the business, that we would allow them to be certified anytime. I wanted to add a specific definition there for an equity participant and allowing them to be certified throughout the year. And again, I'm thinking more for other, right? Not a licensed business, but, someone who, again, may be in an ancillary service or business, something like that. I don't know if that makes sense.
Commissioner Camargo,
Yeah.
Do you mind just providing an example of when this would be utilized?
So, yeah, thank you for that clarification. I would say if I am someone that will be able to benefit so right now, our social equity cohort 4, we haven't started it yet. So let's say myself, I'm an equity participant. I have to wait for cohort 4 to start in order for me to be certified as an equity participant or a business. So having that in there would allow me, let's say I want to start an ancillary cleaning company, a green cleaning company for the cannabis industry. I don't need a license from the commission to be a cleaning company. But I would want to go, if I qualify for the SEP program, I would want to be certified as a ancillary green cleaning business for the industry, but I would need to get certified. So, or I would have to wait, a year or 8 months, however long you have to wait to open the program. So it's similar to sort of what we're doing with the definition on the social equity, business. So I guess I don't know if that's helpful. And I'm happy to work on the language and come back to it, sort of like to Commissioner Stebbins' example as well. But I wanted to just introduce the concept. This does mean that as someone who falls into the equity programming, it would allow me to get certified as a participant way before the program starts. Obviously, that's going to take a little bit of manpower internally, but it would be there as an option. So, and you know, for me, I've been talking about this for a while, is there's an ecosystem in the cannabis industry that does not pertain to a license. There's a lot of ancillary services or vendors that support the cannabis industry, and not everyone's going to open a retail space or cultivation or do delivery, but there's other folks that are going to, you know, be a photographer, they're going to be a cleaning company, they're going to, you know, XYZ. So that's sort of the scope or the vein that I'm sort of bringing it to the forefront. And I'm happy to work on language and bring it back, but introducing the concept.
I think I will try to paraphrase to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly, because we did have a conversation about eligibility. This was a conversation that came up during conversations for the municipal equity working group in our drafting discussions. But are you, is the purpose of your proposed edits to create local opportunities for people who have not yet been certified by us for social equity, the social equity program? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Similar to what we're doing with the social equity business, you know, entity.
I understand.
That hasn't been, but they're going to call up and they're going to say, hey, can you tell my host community that I do qualify to be, you know, blah, blah, blah. So again, I can come back, but I want to introduce the concept.
Yes, Commissioner, if I may, I would be happy to discuss this matter with you offline, and we can sort of flesh it out a little
Okay,
further.
thank you.
I want to put a placeholder, I guess for myself. Is there sort of a tagline? What do you?
Equity participant.
Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Roy, do you have any additional comments or questions?
Not pertaining to that definition, but another definition.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is in regards to the definition of community impact fee. If we could all go to that, please.
Commissioner.
It's on page 4.
Page 4, you said?
4?
Community impact fee?
Yes.
5.
It's an, I'm looking at it on the computer, so it shows 4 on my computer. When everyone's there. Okay, so I'm hearing terms being community impact fees being described as unquantifiable, generalized expenses, good faith estimates, general impacts, prorated impacts. So do we need to account for those terminology in the definition, not to include good faith estimate, unquantifiable estimates, generalized expenses, general impacts, and prorated to all operators in the town or the municipality?
First, Council Lopez.
Thank you for identifying those issues. Also thinking from an enforcement perspective, I would say that this definition right now is very clear, and I think it's very workable as written. However, what you've identified might be something that the commissioners might want to consider for incorporation into the regulatory section on community impact fees in terms of what is prohibited.
Oh, okay.
Something to consider.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Roy, did you still want to adjust this definition, or would you?
No, I respect, Enforcement Counsel Lopez's opinion on this, but I do would like to revisit it when we do get to that prohibited items list in the regulations.
Okay.
Thank you.
My fellow commissioners have any other comments in this section on definitions?
No.
Okay, seeing none, Attorney Carter.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we will be now moving to 500.00. Sorry, .032. And I can introduce this. One second. So this section, revocation of a marijuana establishment agent card. I would note that this section relates to suitability and the
I'm sorry, Attorney
change.
Carter, do you have a page number for?
Yes, I do. It's 22.
Okay.
So dot 032 sub 1 sub G strikes felony. And there are also under H some cleanup as it relates to bringing our tables consistent with chapter 180. And the same thing has occurred in section 2.
Attorney Carter, did you have, so what was your, you had additional comments, additional edits?
No comments or edits, just highlighting as we now are sort of moving into the meat of the regs. I'm happy to introduce the subsections as well now, because we have subsections. So I think that that was my intention here.
Thank you. To my fellow commissioners, are there any Commissioner Stebbins?
Just a question. This is more clarification, adapting 180 to what's required in the regs, even though I know this is about suitability. I know we get to the suitability table discussion further, but this is just to make sure the references align correctly.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. So this is more, in some ways I would consider it a citation. So I think the substantive debate would be probably most appropriate when we do get to that section of the regulations.
Madam Chair, the
Commissioner Roy?
is social consumption in scope?
I would say to the extent of the pilot program.
Okay. So will we review the language? Is there? So it's submitted as part of the changes to the pilot program will be submitted for promulgation.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Clarity on that.
Commissioner.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Camargo?
I don't.
Attorney Carter? Let's go to the next section.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So now we will be moving on to 500.050 marijuana establishments. And let me get the page number for you. I believe it is page 25. Because I'm also looking on electronically, so I might be one page.
It's
off.
25, the ending of 25 onto 26 for the social consumption establishment, the pilot program.
Correct. So as you may recall, the body in May voted to remove the pilot program. So the language that we see before us is the effectuation of that decision.
I'll see if my fellow commissioners have any questions about this section. Okay, seeing none, Attorney Carter, I think we can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe next we will be turning to page 30, which is application requirements.
31, documentation in the form of, is that where you're, okay.
Yes, I have, my pages are one off, I think.
Yeah, the printed are one off from the version because.
Oh, okay. Thank
So
you.
I'm with Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, I know, we're paid off.
Okay, so I would direct you to subsection A, application of intent, and then we move down to 8, where there has been revised language related to host communities, executed host community agreements and the waiver.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. Again, this is where, based on my previous points, that we may need to come back and introduce language here about a HCA review waiver.
I will make a note of that.
Are there any questions, Commissioner Markle? Commissioner Roy, any questions?
I think I'm good.
We don't, there's no need to insert model HCA anywhere in there. I don't think there is, but I'm just checking.
Chair.
First, Council Lopez.
Thank you, Chair. I would say that here, the documentation is really speaking to the agreement that the parties have entered into. The model HCA is that kind of, it's what can inform the kind of agreement that they enter into, but it will not in and of itself be the agreement that is submitted. So an HCA, what we can expect is an HCA or an HCA waiver. And then when we get to the section on HCAs, that's where we kind of touch on the model HCA being that kind of automatic yes in terms of compliance. So I think we're okay if we leave it at HCA and HCA waiver.
Commissioner Roy, did you have any other comments?
No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Camargo?
Commissioner Stebbins, I know you're sitting on something.
Chair.
But I don't know, because I don't know if I know where you're going with this in terms of the next section. And Commissioner Roy just asked a question about the waiver. So it's making me think two things in terms of what we've heard around public comments. So I don't know if it'd be too much for you to introduce the concept that you're talking about, because does it relate to some of the clarification around this definition? Or
Yeah,
would it have?
Yeah, I thank you, Chair. Again, my request or my preference would be I'd rather give you a clearer picture of what I'm thinking when we get to that appropriate part of
Okay.
180.
Okay.
I hope then it will make sense. I'm just trying to put a pin in
I got you.
places where this definition may need to have some reference.
But do you think it'll have an impact on this definition as it relates to waiver or HCA language?
On 31, it would be simply, again, adding the term HCA review waiver.
Okay,
If we all agreed that
okay.
that's something
Yeah.
we want to consider.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm right in terms of what I'm thinking that you're thinking.
Okay. Are there any other comments on this section or questions? Okay, seeing none, Attorney Carter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would direct the board to sub 11, where some new language has been added in as it relates to satisfying in part donations to the Social Equity Trust Fund.
Do you have any questions or comments on this, Commissioner Roy?
I believe we got recommendations from the Department of Revenue. Is this the appropriate place to change?
For marijuana establishments?
Different place.
Oh, municipal equity, under the municipal
I
equity.
think that's for municipalities, not
Yep,
the
yep.
municipal marijuana establishments. Commissioner Stebbins, did you have any questions?
No, I think the language there is consistent with not only Chapter 180, but as we've all seen reviewing a number of license positive impact plan proposals, there's always been an interest from folks to make a donation to the fund, which was eventually created and stood up. So I think that language is appropriate.
Okay. Commissioner Camargo?
I'm all set, thank you.
Commissioner Roy?
I just have a question. Will we work with the folks over at the Social Equity Trust Fund to provide guidance to our licensees on how exactly, what vehicle they donate? How do they donate to the fund? Like, what do they do to donate?
I think that would be very wise. And we would want to make sure that there is clarity as it relates to compliance with this particular regulation and how to satisfy it. So I do think further guidance would be very prudent.
Attorney Carter, we can move on to the next section.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe now we are on page 34. And then page 34 is license pre-certification application process for economic empowerment, priority applicants, and social equity program participants. There's been a number of edits, and if the commissioners have any amendments, now would be the time.
I think for this section, I'll read it out loud because it's pretty red. So it reads, the licensed applicants controlled by and with majority ownership comprised of economic empowerment, priority applicants, or social equity program participants may file a pre-certification application. The pre-certification application for licensure shall be in a form and manner specified by the commission. After receiving pre-certification by the commission pursuant to this section, an applicant may submit a provisional license application. After an applicant receives a provisional license, the applicant shall comply with the requirements of 935 CMR 500.103. Are there any commissioner questions or comments on this? Commissioner Camargo?
So this just kind of relates to my definition that I put a pin on. It's sort of a pre-certification of an equity applicant. You know, this right here is sort of a business. So I know you had asked me for an example earlier. I tried to do the best I could, but I just want to draw the correlation to that. But obviously there's a pin in it for right now, but I don't have other comments around this.
I'm glad that you raised that because, you know, now that we're in our open meeting, we can have the conversation that was had behind closed doors when we were doing our working group discussions and drafting. There was a reason for this. So it's essentially an expansion of the pre-certification process to allow for all EEA, economic empowerment and social equity participants to be pre-certified regardless of what license type they're applying for. But it was specific to make sure that people actually went through and were certified by the CCC prior to having that pre-certification. And pre-certification, as we see it, as we recognize it, is a part of the licensing process. So it's sort of the step before provisional. So we would still need people to kind of come into the pipeline. I know we had more conversations with the social equity program team as well. That's why we wanted to make sure there were people who actually were certified by the CCC as opposed to anyone who's eligible. And that's because of the services and the process we have internally. And I don't know if there's anyone, I'm looking at our board to see if anyone from that team is here, but if either Celia or Cedric were here, I would actually ask them to come in and just provide some additional context. If not, let me see if there are any other questions. I can table that and have some more context to give you once they become available. Sure. Commissioner Sutton?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And Commissioner Camargo, I think this goes back to the point you were raising earlier when we were doing definitions. Chapter 180, and I'll invite counsel to be a lawyer, which I am not, but correct me if I'm wrong. Talks about a social equity business. It talks about a social equity business with not less than 51% majority ownership of individuals who are eligible for our social equity program. So I'm not going back and looking at our proposed definition. I'm not sure it aligns correctly. And obviously this may be the extension of the certification process in the steps you suggested, Chair, but just inviting a conversation whether we need to go back and look at our social equity business definition and that eligibility component.
I'll let enforcement counsel answer this because she also helped me in my own process and understanding that language there, because I initially was of the same mind as you, Commissioner Stubbins. So enforcement counsel Lopez.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So Commissioner, we did touch on this, I believe in July. The social equity business definition does say individuals who are eligible for the social equity program, but it is preceded by the term marijuana establishment, which the legislature also defined as a licensed marijuana business. And so marijuana establishment here, I'll just read the definition: a marijuana cultivator, independent testing laboratory, marijuana product manufacturer, marijuana retailer, or any other type of licensed marijuana related business. So the legislature is, by by including marijuana establishment in the definition of a social equity business, the plain language of the statute supports that a social equity business is comprised of those individuals who are already part of a licensed marijuana entity that the commission has already licensed. So for that reason, we advised at the July meeting to reduce the scope of that concept to within the confines of the marijuana establishment. An individual who has already been found eligible for the social equity program, and through that eligibility has pursued and become a licensed marijuana establishment with the commission. And I believe we adopted language as well to cover the individuals that fall outside of that, who are individuals who have not yet gotten a license from the commission, but still want to pursue licensure from the commission. And they are covered by the pre-verification process rather than the pre-certification process.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none, Attorney Carter, I will hand it over to you for the next one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So where we find ourselves now is on page 35, which is a continuation of sub 2. It did not appear to me that there were edits, but I would like to give the board the opportunity to opine.
Are there any questions on subsection 3? Commissioner Markle, Commissioner Royce, Commissioner Stebbins? Okay. Over to you, Attorney Carter.
Moving on to page 37, there is an amendment as it relates to sub 9B, which does remove some language and inserts the current executed HCA or HCA waiver entered into between the licensed applicant and a host community that complies with 935 CMR 500-180.
Attorney Carter, I just want to make sure that I'm looking at the same section that you're citing. What page are we on?
I believe we're on page 37.
Section, okay. I believe there's an additional edit in the page before that, under provisional license application.
Yes, I apologize. My font is a little small. So once all information has been entered, is that the language you're referring to? Yes. So once all information has been entered into each section of the application may be submitted following commission review. The license applicant will be notified if the application has been deemed complete or if additional information may be necessary.
Are there any questions from my fellow commissioners?
Just for, thank you, Chair, just for some clarification, that's kind of updated language to reflect that our new process for completing a host community agreement is part of the application prior, so that a provisional license can be deemed complete.
Commissioner Stebbins, do you mind repeating that one more time?
Yeah, I'm just looking at that language, and it's, to me, I read it as because there is a somewhat new host community process or agreement review process, that we're encompassing that as part of deeming a provisional license application complete. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure.
Madam Chair,
Oh,
Yes, Director Propin.
thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, it's not so much for the new host community requirement under Chapter 180. It's basically a restatement or rephrasing of language that was already there, that's indicating that once somebody is pre-certified and they get into the provisional license phase, that would be the next step, as it would be applied to somebody who's not in the pre-certification process, who may be just submitting an application initially, non-equity non-social equity participant, a non-economic empowerment applicant, it's indicating that that application would be required to be deemed complete pursuant to existing commission policies under 500-102. It's just a restatement and a cleanup, not so much a policy change.
Okay, and thank you, Director Poppin. And now looking at the language, which doesn't change above it, that makes sense.
Commissioner Stebbins, did you have any additional questions?
No.
Commissioner Roy?
It says deemed complete, but nothing about approval or denial.
So I can allude to that. So Commissioner Roy, that's captured by something that Acting General Counsel Cotter brought up on page 34. It was I think it was Chair Concepcion that made the statement and wanted to read it out because it was a very highly dense change in track changes. But so it's the last sentence of 2A, which is after an applicant receives a provisional license, the applicant shall comply with the requirements of 935 CMR 500-103. So once an application is deemed complete pursuant to 500-102, they would follow that process as any other applicant would follow. So they would be subject to commission approval or denial. And if so approved, then they would follow through to the final license provisions, which are on 500-103, which is existing process right now as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So we don't need to put subject to commission approval or denial, like those express words don't need to be in there?
For the issuance of a provisional license, no, I don't believe.
Oh,
that
for
they
the,
do. I think
okay.
Do you have any additional questions?
Let's just go back to the, once all information has been entered into each section of the application.
I'll add some additional context to this as well, because there's a difference between a complete application and an approved.
That's what I'm trying to say.
And but that is intentional. So that was intentionally drafted this
Yeah.
way so that applicants are notified when they have completed the application.
Correct.
But we still maintain the authority and the power to.
Exactly. So they're separate.
They are separate.
So I guess what I was trying to enunciate is do we need to expressly state the commission, reserves the right to approve or deny? Like, does that need to be said anywhere? Because that's separate and aside from deeming it complete, as you just said.
Do you think that this will cause some confusion? Is that where you're, I want to.
Just because, yes, I do, because even if it's deemed complete and we have all the facts, we could still deny it. Deeming complete doesn't necessarily mean it's approved.
Well, the thought process for this provision was so that applicants know when their application is complete.
Correct.
Otherwise, there's, there are things that are submitted all the time and applicants have not sort of fulfilled all the obligations of the application. Right. I guess I'll open this up because this can be, and if, Enforcement Counsel Lopez, Director Poppin, I see your hand up. Go ahead, Director Poppin.
Thank you for recognizing me, Madam Chair. So Commissioner Roy, I can see your confusion. There's been confusion around this historically. However, I think that confusion has been mitigated over the years over going through our process. There is a section in 94G that requires the commission to approve or deny a license application once it has been deemed complete, once it's been completed. So that deemed complete language does not indicate an approval or a denial. That deemed complete language is, it's a statutory provision that then triggers a 90-day clock for the commission to consider a license application, not a pre-certification application, but a license application within 90 days. So that means that application needs to be voted on by the body within 90 days from being deemed complete. And that deemed complete language doesn't mean that the application's been submitted. That deemed complete language means that it's been vetted by staff and has been found substantially compliant with the commission's regulations. There is a step then once that deemed complete occurs, like Chair Concepcion was bringing up, there's next steps in that process Essentially, the background check that gets initiated by the commission through our third-party vendor, CSI. There's also a municipal notification requirement where we ask municipalities at that stage to respond to the commission within 60 days as to the applicant's compliance with local ordinances or bylaws. So it does not, and it is a notification that goes out to the applicant, explains all the next steps, including what could happen at a commission meeting and what could happen if any of these things present any issues. But that deemed complete doesn't mean that the application's been submitted. It means that it's been found substantially compliant, and it starts that 90-day statutory clock for a vote to occur before the body as to approval or denial of a provisional license.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. And thank you for that explanation, Director Parvin. And so that leads me to want to add language to say that once deemed complete, the commission reserves the right to approve or deny the pre-certification. Because they're separate actions, like you just said, they're separate. And my fear is folks will conflate the two, saying, oh, my application is deemed complete, therefore it's approved. And that's just, I want to put it as a safeguard for people, that's all. It's just a safeguard so that they don't conflate complete with approved.
So if I may, Madam Chair,
Director Poppin, sure.
we're still on page, as far as where Acting General Counsel left off, the section that you're referring to is
Provisional
36.
license application. Yes, page 36. That's correct.
Okay. I think if you wanted additional clarity over this, because at this point, they're already pre-certified. This is the second phase in that process where they're submitting a provisional license application. If you wanted to, so I think there's a phrase already in there, and if it's in the middle of the page and it looks like it's remained unchanged, where it says, once the provisional license application has been submitted, it will be reviewed in the order it is received. So that's the order pursuant to 1022. And then the pre-certification and provisional license application combined will be reviewed in accordance with 500-1021, which is an existing unchanged provision in the commission's regulations, which essentially says that it's a status of how the application can be, how it's evaluated, and it goes into the approval throughout 102, 1 and 2, where it says the commission shall grant or deny a provisional license not later than 90 days following the application to the applicant. So it still retains, and it's still citing to that. It might be prudent to possibly to bring additional clarity on that page is to change provision. Say. It might be prudent to add not only 500-1021, but add 500-1021 and subsection 2.
Thank you, Director Poppin. So I just want to take a moment to see where Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Camargo, where you guys are. I want to see if we need to include some additional language and if we need to take a vote, so on and so forth. Are you of the opinion that we need to edit this language here?
I would like to see it.
You'd like to see it? Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, I'd be happy to
To
see it also.
So Commissioner Roy, do you have any language that you want to propose?
I had thrown language on the table, so to speak. I don't know if Acting General Counsel and Enforcement Counsel and Director Pottman want to nuance it further, but once deemed complete, the commission reserves the right to approve or deny the application for pre-certification.
Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
Just to read that back, once deemed complete, the commission reserves the right to approve or deny the application for pre-certification. That language seems very clear to me. I think it's just a matter of where we put it.
I think that is the question I have. I don't know if that fits in this section under provisional licensing application. Commissioner Roy, do you have any thoughts on where this language should appear within our regulations?
How about, I don't know if I have this section here. Once all information has been entered into each section of the application may be submitted following commission review, the license. This is provisional though.
What page, Commissioner?
So we're on push 6 right now.
She's saying.
Like,
Does Rebecca, Enforcement Counsel Lopez, do you have any area where you would recommend we insert that language?
So I think this is something we can maybe look at, the legal team and I can look at in terms of where it would make sense. Because we do have, in 102, we do introduce that concept of deemed complete. So it may be worth stating it in 102 and then restating it here specific to the provisional certification. But we might need just a recess to kind of actually play that out.
Sure.
Commissioners.
Just,
Well, first, Commissioner Stebbins.
yeah, just a suggestion, is there, does it make sense, which is kind of a rewritten 3, not 7, but starting with once the provisional license application, could we have it there, has been deemed complete and has been submitted, it will be reviewed in the order it was received.
Commissioner Stebbins, I like that suggestion. I think that Enforcement Counsel Lopez, do you want to?
Yeah, I think it could work. So in subsection, we have F3. Is that what you're talking about, Commissioner Stebbins?
Yes, the new
So
F3.
that could be the sentence that follows necessary, Commissioner Roy's proposed language. But then I think we might also want to consider reinforcing that point in 500-102B, where again, that deemed complete is first kind of identified or is identified as an option, just in the general process. I think it just helps to state it on both sides. But yes, I think that works in terms of it following F3.
Commissioner Roy? Are you satisfied with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think, I agree. I think that's a good place for it. Are there any other comments? Seeing none, Commissioner Roy?
I make a motion for a recess.
Yes.
You can make a motion for a recess.
Okay.
Do I have a second for a motion to recess? Well, let's see. It's 12 o'clock, 5 minutes. Is that okay? It's 5, but.
Are we talking about a lunch break or just a break?
Everybody have lunch? Does everybody have lunch with them?
I did not. Of course not.
Can we take a 5-minute break and then come back and go for another 30 minutes? Maybe?
We'll do that. Let's take a 5-minute break. So, Commissioner Roy, can I have a motion for us to recess for 5 minutes? And we'll return at 12:05.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, do I have a second?
Second.
I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair says aye. We are recessed until 12:05.
Commissioner Boyd, I was about to say that.
Yeah, I know you and I are saying that. No question there.
Call the meeting back to order. We were on page 36. So before we continue on to the next section, let me just ask my fellow commissioners, are there any additional questions or concerns on page 36, subsection F, subsection now 2? Are there any other questions or comments that you all want to state for the record before we proceed? Okay, seeing none, Attorney Carter, move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe our next edit is on page
It's 37.
37, yes. So this one, as it relates to a change in language, the most current executed HCA or HCA waiver entered into between a licensed applicant and the host community that complies with 180.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Simmons?
Again, just to kind of put a pin in it, that we might need to come back and add language around a HCA review waiver.
So should we make a note that wherever we see the term HCA waiver may be impacted by
Sure.
the comments? moving
Sure.
forward? Okay. All right, are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Attorney Carter, I pass it over to you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the next set of edits we find under page 38, which would be sub D. A marijuana establishment may satisfy this requirement in part by donating to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund established pursuant to the chapter.
Are there any questions? Attorney Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we will now move on to page 41, which would be verification of a social equity business. Given the amount of changes, perhaps it would be helpful for me to go through them. Here, social equity business, an applicant, when it's licensed, may file in a form and a manner specified by the commission. An applicant for verification as a social equity business, the commission shall act on an application for verification within 30 days of receipt. Once the commission has confirmed that the application is complete and the application qualifies as a social equity business, it will certify the applicant's status as a social equity business. Social equity business satisfied by the commission may request that the commission provide confirmation of social equity business status to the host community.
So I'll pause there. Commissioner Camargo, did you have a question for this component?
I don't have a question. I have, I need a moment to kind of make a comment.
Okay. Are you asking, can we continue the reading of this section?
No.
Okay.
Um,
And while we wait,
yeah,
I'll,
yeah.
Commissioner Roy.
So I read the word certify almost as approve. It will certify the applicant's status. So again, do we need, so folks don't get confused, do we need anything about notification of denial? Again, just to make sure
Mhm.
folks don't get confused,
Thank you.
things get conflated. I just don't know if we need to expressly state that the commission will notify approval or denial. Again, here we go again.
That's a valid point. Enforcement Counsel Lopez, I saw your hand, but do you mind if I go to Commissioner
Yeah.
Camargo first? So,
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I just want to pause for a second. I know that we have a lot of comments and things are flying in our emails right now. And people are sending still comments in real time, but I wanted to just, I've asked Grace to make copies for us to just give us, but I want to just acknowledge Chair Donahue's, who is the House Chair Joint Committee on Cannabis Policy. I want to just acknowledge the comments that he sent to us. And I would like, I don't know if our attorneys have it, but I'm happy to forward it to you all, or Matt Jancola can forward it to you all, but there's some specific language here around this exact section.
Okay, so my ask is that the comments we've received, and thank you to Chair Donahue for giving us some commentary, is that you speak specifically to this section. If
Yes.
there are other comments that are, relative to other sections of our draft, that we just contain those that time. So please go on.
Yeah, so I guess it's pretty lengthy. I haven't fully read it. I just read it through email. Have you all seen it, our legal team? So I think we may have to take a moment to read this because I think there may be some possible clarification for this section coming from the chair. So I think from Chair Donahue. So I don't know if you want to pause and sort of take a recess or sort of look at this for a few minutes, or if you want to continue the section later, but I just wanted to make you aware, and I'll give you this copy. Grace is making copies for all of us.
Now, Commissioner Camargo, did you want to read it into the record?
It's pretty
What
like,
is your, so you are.
What?
You are requesting that we pause, that we take a recess in order to go through these comments.
Yes, just about 10 minutes, because I think it pertains legally to this section. And I want to make sure that our legal team has a few minutes to sort of review it, and because otherwise if we start making changes now,
I understand.
Yeah.
Do you want to put a motion on the table?
sure. I move that we take a recess to read the social equity business section and come back.
So how about this? Because I know we're
You do
sort of
lunch.
at lunchtime.
Mhm.
We use our lunchtime to look this over. So let's see. It's 12:15 now. Would 30 minutes be sufficient, or should we go a little bit longer for a lunch to go through this language and eat? Did you have a comment, Enforcement Council Carter?
I would suggest maybe 1 o'clock.
Go to.
Go to one. Are there any thoughts? Are you, Commissioner, ready?
Sounds good.
Commissioner Stebbins is 1 o'clock.
Yep.
1 o'clock.
yep.
Okay, so Commissioner Camargo, do you mind just adding that to your motion for us to recess until 1?
Sure, so I move that we recess to 1 to eat and read.
Commissioner Roy, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, I will call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We are adjourned until 1 o'clock.
Thanks. Is the mic off?
All right, it is 1:01. We had one extra minute. Calling the meeting back to order. Commissioner Camargo, thank you for bringing Chair Donahue's letter to our attention. I want to just formally recognize the letter and enter it into the record. Chair Donahue has been a really important, helpful partner in the creation and the process around Chapter 180. So I also just want to extend my gratitude to him for all of his work and attention. So the letter reads, "Dear Commissioners, thank you for your diligent effort to carry out the intent and spirit of Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022 and the proposed adult use and medical marijuana regulations. The hard work by the Cannabis Control Commission and its staff is evident, and the improvements made thus far and in your extensive discussion during public meetings. I'm submitting this comment following last week's hearing on the draft regulations to raise observations not addressed by public testimony and to emphasize key considerations. I hope these comments will aid in producing clear regulations that the Commission can administer effectively and efficiently. Please note that the following comments represent my own observations and not those of the Joint Committee on Cannabis Policy. Further, I'm aware that the legislature and administrative agencies have different roles to play, and I offer my comments as part of a good faith effort to advance our mutual goals. All references to sections of the Code of Massachusetts regulations are based on the sections as they are numbered in the draft regulations released by the Commission on August 16, 2023. So the first point is municipal equity, social equity businesses. I applaud the Commission in its efforts to ensure that a broad class of licensed businesses and licensed applicants is deemed eligible to benefit from the new municipal equity standards set forth by the draft regulations. That said, there's room for improvement. First, the regulatory definition of social equity business is unnecessarily narrow. 935 CMR 500.002 defines social equity business in part as a marijuana establishment comprised of at least 51% ownership of individuals who are social equity program participants, whereas the statutory definition introduced by Chapter 180 requires a 51% majority ownership of individuals who are eligible for the social equity program. This discrepancy cuts off a large class of operators from municipal equity simply because their owners have not yet completed a program that, as the commissioners themselves have acknowledged, is offered only seasonally. This problem can be remedied by simply aligning the Commission's definition of social equity business with the statutory version. Second, I would like to point out that some sections of the draft municipal equity regulations are difficult to parse. I understand that a new section 7 has been added to 935 CMR 500.101 so that the Commission can verify licensed marijuana establishments and certain licensed applicants as social equity businesses or social equity businesses, quote, once licensed, end quote, as marijuana establishments, respectively. I support the Commission's intention to cast a wider net here. Without a means to designate some licensed applicants as, quote, potential, end quote, social equity businesses, many of those disproportionately harmed by the prohibition on marijuana would be cut off from municipal equity. Nonetheless, when one reviews 935 CMR 500.181 in its entirety, uncertainties remain over when and how certain classes of entities and individuals stand to benefit. For example, under 935 CMR 500.181 subsection 3, only social equity businesses are included in the presumption, with no mention of entities verified under 935 CMR 500.101 subsection 7. Similarly, at 935 CMR 500.181 subsection 3, subsection B, subsection 2, subsection A, a host community is required to encourage applications from businesses and individuals that would meet the definition of social equity business, social equity program participants, and economic empowerment priority applicants. Again, without referencing those entities verified under 935 CMR 500.101 subsection 7. In contrast, 935 CMR 500.181 subsection 3, subsection B, subsection 3 requires that a host community publish data about its applicant pool, identifying each social equity business and licensed applicant that has been designated as a social equity program participant or economic empowerment priority applicant, or who have been pre-verified pursuant to 935 CMR 500.101 subsection 7. In quotations, the term pre-verified appears in the municipal equity section for the first time here, confusing matters further. The use of the term equity party is not introduced until 935 CMR 500.181 subsection 4 subsection A, a section covering equity standards for host communities during HCA negotiations with social equity businesses, licensed applicants, and individuals and entities pre-verified by the Commission. Equity party includes, among others, individuals and entities pre-verified pursuant to 935 CMR 500.101 subsection 7. Including this term early in the regulations or even in the definition section and referencing it throughout the municipal equity section could create more consistency with regard to which entities and individuals should be covered by municipal equity policies. It is imperative that the regulations be comprehensible as a matter of public policy, but in this case, the Commission should be especially mindful of both social equity businesses, as well as any prenumeral entities and individuals and smaller municipalities, all of whom want to keep administrative and legal costs to a minimum. Municipal equity presumption. I would like to endorse the inclusion of the presumption added by 935 CMR 500.183 subsection 3. With many smaller municipalities having expressed concerns over their ability to comply with the new municipal equity requirements, this presumption would offer a way to satisfy the requirements with less administrative legwork, while also ensuring that more social equity businesses are up and running. I would only ask that the means for satisfying the presumption be more clearly expressed, either in the form of publishing model language for a municipal ordinance or bylaw, or through more fully fleshing out the requirements. C. 3% CIF mandatory donation. Finally, I would like to respectfully disagree with the Commission's decision to require that 3% of each CIF or community impact fee be donated to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund. That statute and regulations already require that the CIFs be reasonably related to the actual cost imposed on a host community by a marijuana establishment. So requiring that a municipality surrender any portion of those fees seems at odds with the policy goal behind CIFs. My hope is that, as stated during a public meeting, this language was only included as a placeholder. The next point he makes is for host community agreements. First, model host community agreement. With recognition that section 14, subsection, did anyone go by Roman numerals here? Thank you. With recognition that section 14, subsection 32 of chapter 180 of the Acts of 2002 empowers, but does not require, the Commission to make available a model host community agreement, I respectfully suggest that the Commission work swiftly to publish a model agreement as close in time to the final regulations as possible. This would help to ally the concerns of both operators and municipalities as they prepare to comply with the regulations, while also expediting the Commission's future review of HCAs. Host communities, marijuana establishments, and licensed applicants may benefit from access to a model host community agreement, as it would allow for preparation well ahead of the deadline for compliance. The proposed regulations impose complex requirements containing some areas of ambiguity. Timely publication is especially important for localities with limited staff and financial resources. Further, a clear example of a compliant HCA may reduce instances of deficiency and the need for revision, especially considering the resubmission. That resubmission requires the operator or licensed applicant to wait up to an additional 90 days as the HCA is reviewed again. Timely publication may also benefit the Commission. Considering the volume of host community agreements which must be reviewed and the timeline the commission has set to review them, advanced guidance could allow for a more efficient review process by staff and prevent need for revision or further action by the commission. Additionally, considering the novelty and complexity of the HCA requirements, it may be a helpful exercise for the commission to draft an agreement that complies with the proposed regulations. And lastly, equitable remedies. Under 935 CMR 500.180, subsection 3, subsection C, subsection 5, the commission has listed potential equitable remedies that may be granted if a host community discontinues relations with a marijuana establishment, including 1, the extension of a license expiration date without incurring additional prorated fees, 2, waiver of a change of location fee, and 3, other equitable relief as determined by the commission. Both municipalities and licensees have expressed concerns that the proposed remedies are insufficient. Additional review of this provision may be well advised, considering the high stakes implications for both parties should the listed remedies be applied. For a smaller business, picking up operations and moving to a different location could result in such exorbitant cost that closure would present the more reasonable path forward. For municipalities, the extension of license expiration date may be equally unworkable without a clear provision for expiration or expectation of consequences. Further, discussion of equitable remedies beyond the listed remedies and, quote, other equitable relief, end quote, may be well advised to support the parties' confidence in businesses and local planning. It may also aid in serving as a clear guide to the commission and setting transparent expectations for operators and municipalities who find themselves in this position. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Daniel M. Donahue, House Chair, Joint Committee on Cannabis Policy. Okay, with that being said, Attorney Carter, I believe we were left off at the pre-verification component of our draft regulations. Do you mind just restating where to find that language?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I believe we are on page 41.
My apologies. Let me take a step back because I wanted to formally enter this into the record. So I would like to make a motion to formally enter Chair Donahue's letter into the record for today's meeting. Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I will call a roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We will then formally include Attorney Carter.
Just 4 in favor, 0 opposed. The motion carries.
4 in favor, 0 opposed. The motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now, Council Carter, can you please tell us the page and remind us of the language we're going over now?
Yes, I think it's very good timing, Madam Chair. So we are on page 41 as it relates to verification of social equity businesses. I did read the definition prior to lunch, so if you need me to do it again, I would be happy to. Or if we maybe want to jump into maybe some of the discussion, I think that may be appropriate as well.
I think it would be helpful if you read it one more time.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Social equity business, an applicant, once licensed, may file in a form and a manner specified by the commission an application for verification as a social equity business. The commission shall, on an application for verification within 30 days of receipt, once the commission has confirmed that the application is complete and the application qualifies as a social equity business, it will certify the applicant's status as a social equity business. Social equity businesses certified by the commission may request that the commission provide confirmation of its social equity business status to a host community.
Oh, I should have just paused there because I believe that's where we stopped prior. So I will, if there are any comments or questions for this section, so subsection A. And Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we went on break, I did want to raise this, and it does actually align with some of the comments made by Mr. Donahue, Chair Donahue, my apologies. So I think in section 7, there is a bit of room for improvement on the language to make it very clear this group of individuals who aren't yet social equity businesses per the definition of the statute, but are seeking to get some verification from the commission of their eligibility to become a social equity business. So I think what I would suggest that the commission consider is changing verification to pre-verification. So it's very clear that this is a pre-verification of their them being on the path towards becoming a social equity business, but they are not yet a social equity business yet. That way, that's not in conflict with the statute. So, so we would change subsection 7 to pre-verification of social equity businesses. And then it would read, an applicant once licensed may file in a form and manner specified by the commission an application for pre-verification as a social equity business. The commission shall act on an application for pre-verification within 30 days of receipt. Once the commission has confirmed that the application is complete and the applicant has been pre-verified to become a social equity business. I don't know if we need the subsequent sentence, honestly. I guess because Commissioner Roy mentioned certify, so I think that's something to consider. But once the commission has confirmed that the application is complete and the applicant has been pre-verified as a social equity business,
Enforcement Counsel Lopez, I have the term once licensed.
Mhm.
I wonder if that also needs to be removed for the same reason why you drew our attention to the phrase license earlier on when we were going through definitions, because this implies that we've licensed that that entity or applicant.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, so with that,
So
enforcement.
we can say, if we want to keep certified, then it would say that once the commission has confirmed that the application is complete and the applicant has been pre-verified as a social equity business, it will certify the applicant's status as a pre-verified social equity business. Social equity businesses certified by the commission may request that the commission provide confirmation of pre-verified status to a host community.
Do you mind repeating this section in its entirety with your edits?
Sure. See if I can get it right the second time. Okay. Okay, so an applicant once licensed may file in a form and manner specified by the commission an application for pre-verification as a social equity business. The commission shall act on an application for pre-verification within 30 days of receipt. Once the commission has confirmed that the application is complete and the applicant is pre-verified as a social equity business, it will certify the applicant's status as a pre-verified social equity business. Social equity businesses, I would say pre-verified social equity businesses certified by the commission may request that the commission provide confirmation of pre-verification status to a host community.
So my recommended edit, in addition to your edits, is striking once licensed.
Yes.
Are there any questions or comments from my fellow commissioners?
Makes sense.
Okay, all right, Attorney Carter, can we go on to the next section?
Madam Chair, would you like me to read it back just to make sure we've all got it?
Sure. Yes, please.
Yes. So a social equity business, an applicant. Now, I believe you requested once licensed to be struck.
Yes.
Okay, so we will take that out. An applicant may file in a form and a manner specified by the commission an application for pre-verification as a social equity business. The commission shall act on an application for pre-verification within 30 days of receipt. Once the commission has confirmed that the application is complete and the applicant has been pre-verified as a social equity business, it will certify the applicant's status as a pre-certified social equity business.
Pre-verified.
It's all starting to blur together. I apologize. A pre-verified social equity business certified by the commission may request that the commission provide confirmation of pre-verification status as a social equity business status to a host community. The only thing is we have status twice, so maybe we
I
take.
think there was a red line. Apologies, Attorney Carter. I think there was a red line here. So it would be, the last sentence would read, social equity businesses certified by the commission may request that the commission provide confirmation of pre-verified status to a host community.
I see. All right.
Okay,
Perfect.
Attorney Carter, can you repeat that one more time?
Yes, absolutely. Social equity business. An applicant may file in a form and manner specified by the commission an application for pre-verification as a social equity business. The commission shall, on an application for pre-verification within 30 days of receipt. Once the commission has confirmed that the application is complete and the applicant has been pre-verified as a social equity business, it will certify the applicant's status as a pre-verified social equity business. Pre-verified social equity businesses certified by the commission may request that the commission provide confirmation of pre-verification status to a host community.
Okay, are there any, Commissioner Roy?
Do we need to have pre-verified and verified? Because not everyone's going to be just pre-verified. Eventually, folks will be verified.
I would invite Director Potvin on that matter.
Director Proctor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to make sure the intent of the commission is accurate as to my understanding about pre-verification of a social equity business. Having this language that was just worked on by Enforcement Counsel, Acting General Counsel, and the commission body is the accurate intent to make sure that this status does in fact apply to applicants and not licensees. A business that has not yet been licensed as a marijuana establishment. Is that accurate to say? This pre-verification process that has been outlined?
Director Potvin, can you repeat your question one more time?
Yes. So the pre-verification process, that was the language that was just worked on. Is it the intent of the commission to promulgate regulations that essentially allow this pre-verification process to apply to marijuana establishment applicants and not necessarily a business that has already been licensed? Is that accurate?
That is accurate. I will make a note that our definitions already include the term pre-verification. So this will, we might have to do some additional tweaking because we have verification as well that's defined here.
So, Madam Chair, with that, may I just go along that line for a second? I would recommend that in this pre-verification section that we're outlining, is that pre-verification can occur prior to a business being licensed. Otherwise, pre-verification of a small a social equity business, even pre-verification would still require licensure per the current definition. So I think if we're going to do pre-verification, which it's definitely a laudable policy, that we have some specific language that pre-verification applies to all other requirements of a social equity business, just regardless or with the exception of actually already obtaining licensure, so that the pre-verification can work. And if that's done, I do agree with Commissioner Roy that there might need to be some type of differentiating language between pre-verified as an applicant who could qualify for social equity business versus somebody who is in fact verified as a social equity business, which is already licensed per the statute and per the already definition. Just comments for consideration by the commission.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you so much, Director Popman. That was really helpful in that. I think you answered my question. My question was going to be, can existing licensees apply to be an SCB? And the answer is yes, right?
Yes.
So,
And-
yes.
I think it goes to Chair Donahue's sentiments, and I think it goes also to the Municipal Equity Working Group sentiments that they wanted to make this more encompassing, but trying to make sure that we stay not only within the spirit of Chapter 180, but the language of Chapter 180. That if you want this to be something that not only extends to licensees, also extends to those applicants who could qualify, but yet also have not reached licensure as a marijuana establishment, which does have some conflicting nature with the statute. But allowing an applicant to do this, I think we do need to have explicit language that pre-verification as a policy and specifically excludes the requirement to already be licensed as a marijuana establishment.
If I could propose a language, the beginning, it says an applicant, if we could put an SEB applicant, so therefore that would eliminate confusion. Some people might read that as a license applicant. So just for clarification, if an SEB applicant may file in a form and manner specified by the commission.
I'm sure you're saying SEP as in Paul?
No, SEB, as in business, social equity business applicant.
Commissioner Wright, do you mind repeating that again? I just want to
Sure,
visualize
I
it
think
myself.
this could lend itself to confusion if we just leave an applicant alone. Some folks could interpret it as an applicant for licensure, and we're saying this is an applicant for social equity business status or ranking or rating, or so a social equity business applicant may file.
I like an applicant for social equity business.
Yes, as long as that's in there somewhere, yes.
I agree. Are there any other thoughts or comments? Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, that is, and I appreciate the thought, but as I continue to read that first sentence, if we incorporated that change, it would say a social equity business applicant may file in a form and manner specified by the commission an application for verification as a social equity business. I understand what you're trying to get to, but we're kind of saying one thing at the beginning and then reiterating it at the end.
Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
So what we could do is, since maybe applicant is the problematic word, we could say an individual or entity may file in a form and manner specified by the commission an application for verification, for pre-verification as a social equity business. And I think to Director Potvin's point, what he identified was potentially, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Director Potvin, but a sentence before we get into that, a sentence saying, and just confirming, pre-verification can occur prior to obtaining licensure as a marijuana establishment.
Thank you, EC Lopez. Yes, because the necessary, like the unfortunate ability for implementation afterwards is even pre-verification as it stands right now of a social equity business might still require that element of licensure. So unless it's specifically accounted for and provided for, that licensure is not a requirement just of pre-verification, I think accomplishes the policy goal envisioned by the commission. Absent that, we would, as far as implementation and compliance, pre-verification of a social equity business would potentially still include the element of requiring licensure.
Attorney Carter, can you repeat this section with the inclusion of that individual or entity language so we can all hear it? We're just making sure the sentence.
Yes, just give us one moment. We are drafting in real time.
Okay. I guess in the meantime, if there are any other questions from my fellow commissioners, this is a good time.
Yeah, and again, in light of Chairman Donahue's letter, again, he expressed interest in the question I raised of whether we need to incorporate that social equity business back in the definition section. And I appreciate Attorney Lopez's suggestion of where it could be found, within the other definition language, but just raising that back for discussion if we think we need to make it a formal piece of the definition section. And if it's still consistent with the language changes we're making right now.
Commissioner Stebbins, because, so there is, it would require changes to our definition section, because right now we have a definition for verification. And that is essentially, that's what's being referenced in this section under verification of social equity businesses. So I think what we can do, I want to make this as seamless as possible as we can do as we're live drafting. So I'm wondering if there's two options. We can sort of revisit that definition now, or wait until we get through the draft and then revisit it. I think I'll open it up for, what is your preference, Commissioner Simmons?
Hate to put a pin in something else, but we can put a pin in.
Okay. Okay, the idea is that ultimately we're going through the final, we'll revisit everything at least once over before we take a formal vote. So we'll be able to go and circle back to that definition. But there is that definition of verification of eligibility as a social equity business, and that aligns with this section.
Is that page 20?
That is page 20, yes. Okay, are we ready with the language? No? One more. All right. Okay, if you, in the interest of time, I will at least read B while you're doing that language, and then see if there are any questions or comments on B. B reads, "In the alternative, an applicant may file in a form and manner specified by the commission an application for verification of eligibility as a social equity business once licensed as a marijuana establishment by the commission. The commission shall act on an application for verification as an eligible social equity business within 30 days of receipt, and said verification shall confirm that while not licensed, the applicant would otherwise qualify as a social equity business upon licensure by the commission." And I believe the terms here need to align. Commissioner Roy?
So again, to your point, thank you, Madam Chair, that applicant should be individual or entity right out of the gate. So just to confirm, we can designate an entity, a social equity business. Okay. So, and then add the words pre-verification throughout.
I agree. Pre-certification. Okay, aside from those changes, are there any additional comments? No? I want to make sure that you, Attorney Carter, Sadie's, and first, do you have a note of those comments that were just entered?
Yes, and I'm thinking I might just read them all together.
That's fine. Are you ready now, or?
One more second.
All right.
But,
Enforcement Counsel Lopez?
There's just another point I wanted to follow up that came up earlier in our discussion, the pre-verification being a defined term in the regulations. So that is, while that is the case, what I would say is that pre-verification, so any term that's defined in the regulations should be uppercase when the use of the term throughout the remainder of the regulations is meaning to relate back to that defined term. And that doesn't prevent us from using the word in the regulations in other respects or contexts, as long as it's lowercase. So I would just say, I know that that's very technical and that may not solve everything, but you know, we will also be using pre-verification in this section, surrounded by pre-verification as a social equity business. So it, from an enforceability perspective, it would not be confused with the pre-verification term that's defined in our definitions. There's very low likelihood of confusion there when we're being very clear and specific that the pre-verification we're referring to here is of that particular status of social equity business. So hopefully that helps to relieve some of the concern there, but I just wanted to state that for the record as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Enforcement Counsel. Okay. Council Carter, can you read back subsection A and B so that we can hear what that sounds like, reads like in its entirety before?
Absolutely.
Subsections.
So let us do A and B together. Pre-verification as a social equity business can occur prior to obtaining licensure to operate as a marijuana establishment. An individual or entity may file in a form and manner specified by the commission an application for pre-verification as a social equity business. The commission shall act on an application for pre-verification within 30 days of receipt. Once the commission has confirmed that the application is complete and the applicant has been verified as a social equity business, it will certify the applicant's status as a pre-verified social equity business. Pre-verified social equity businesses certified by the commission may request that the commission provide confirmation of pre-verified status to a host community.
Okay, and Attorney Carter, subsection B, say Commissioner Ray.
Just for the record, the third line from the bottom is pre-verified, not verified.
Yes, I apologize. Sometimes
Just for the record.
I appreciate that. My public speaking can be a little.
Can you repeat that line?
Yes, absolutely. Once the commission has confirmed that the application is complete and the application has been pre-verified as a social equity business, it will certify the applicant's status as a pre-verified social equity business.
So there are a few changes here because the use of the word applicant. So applicant would change to individual or entity.
Yes, so are you suggesting that where it says applicant, we move to individual or entity?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That is a change that Mercedes and I can incorporate.
Okay. And then B, the same, just individual or entity in place of where applicant is referenced, and then pre-verification in instances where we see verification.
Yes, absolutely. Sub B is in the alternative. An individual or entity may file in a form and a manner specified by the commission an application for pre-verification of eligibility as a social equity business once licensed as a marijuana establishment by the commission. The commission shall act on an application for pre-verification as an eligible social equity business within 30 days of receipt, and said pre-verification shall confirm that while not licensed, the individual or entity would otherwise qualify as a social equity business upon licensure by the commission.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Camargo.
Well, dump that in the chat really quick since you've already written so we can see it, please.
Yes, one moment, please.
Thank you.
Okay.
It all makes sense out loud, but it's good to see.
Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Stebbins, do you have any questions or comments?
Give me a second. I want to see it get dumped into the chat so I can read it.
Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
I just have a question in terms of the policy intent again. So the intent here is just to verify, to have a system for pre-verifying those who have not yet been licensed, but the intent was not to verify one's eligibility as a social equity business for those who have already been licensed.
So the idea here was to create a process where people who have not entered, who've not been certified as a social equity participant or an EEA, economic empowerment applicant, so that they can be recognized at the municipal level as fitting the criteria for a social equity business.
Okay, so if that's the case, then I think what we have here, so what we started with, subsection A was was speaking to verification of someone who is already licensed and their status as a social equity business. And subsection B was an alternative for those who are not yet licensed to verify. So if the intention, the policy intention is that we just want to offer a verification path for those who have not yet had a license, but could be eligible as a social equity business, then we don't need both. I don't think we need both A and B.
I see what you're saying. That makes an incredible amount of sense. Commissioner Roy?
Can we have, shouldn't we have both a path for licensees and a path for, like Chair Donahue, to use his verbiage, potential?
But that's
Right.
what she's saying. They were each talking about two different instances. One was about SEPs and EEAs, and the other was for the universe outside of that, for those who would qualify as a social, who would meet our criteria for social equity, the social equity program or EEAs.
So
I've been in so many working groups that
Yeah.
you're jogging my memory now.
So I think the board needs to decide if they want this section to
Mhm,
be clear on the pathway for both groups or to just be focused on the group that's not yet licensed.
mhm.
And then that will help us kind of iron this section out.
I will say, for the record, the intention of the working group was to speak to both universes, to
Okay.
make sure that SEPs, EEAs, and those who would be eligible were all included in this, so that at the municipal level, they receive the same review, criteria, evaluation as each other. Commissioner Roy?
Are there 3 universes? So potential, licensees, universe 2, universe 3, SEP and EEAs who are not licensed. Are there 3 universes? Like folks that have gone through the program that are not licensed, or designated EEA that are not. Those that are licensed and potential. So I see 3 universes.
I think,
Right.
so I'll ask a follow-up question about that, because the purpose of this is for post-community agreement negotiations, for the way that municipalities essentially negotiate with businesses. So if they're going through the HCA process, I'm just speaking, like hypothetically speaking, they wouldn't be licensed yet.
This gives them a leg up in the HCA process. That's the purpose for the verification.
You're saying the 3 universes. One was.
So some are potential, right?
Right.
And the other are maybe folks that have gone through the program that are not there yet, but it's contemplating it, aren't there yet. So that's a third bucket that I don't really think we're speaking to, that third bucket.
I don't know if I'm understanding completely. Do you mind repeating that again?
But the attorney card. So
Yes. Well, I was asking because I can give
Yeah.
you some insight
Yeah.
from the working group. That's why I'm asking. So do you mind just repeating it again?
Sure. I think what we're trying to say is we want to pre-verify potential candidates, right? So they're not excluded. So the definition is not too narrow. We don't exclude. And I think Commissioner Farley, you mentioned this earlier in the meeting, right? Potential. So that's what we want to do, because the way it's been explained to us previously by the executive director, it's like a pre-certification for a mortgage, right? If you have a pre-certification, you show the buyer, it gives you a leg up in the process. So we want to give a leg up in the process to potential. We want to give a leg up in the process to those that we deem social equity businesses. Maybe that helps them in another community. Maybe they want to get more license types. And number 3 is folks that are in the program or going through the program. Do we also want to help those folks that aren't, so that's all. I just want to make sure that we're covering everything.
I guess for the record, I'll just make sure we're clear that, and this happened when we first introduced the draft, that there's pre-certification and pre-verification. So I just want to make sure when we reference this as pre-verification are for those who've actually been certified and gone through the SEP program and EAs. I think enforcement, one of you had your hand up in response to Commissioner Royce. I just want to make sure that she has a response.
Yes, absolutely. And I would like to invite Director Potvin into the conversation because he has had his hand up and he always has an answer for us.
Director Potvin.
Thank you, Acting General Counsel, I think. Um, So I hear what Commissioner Roy is saying, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, Commissioner Roy. So I see the multiple permutations going on here. Social equity business, as is defined in Chapter 180 and envisioned by the working group, which is where I think they were trying to go, was allowing a pathway forward for those who have not entered our social equity program yet. I think Chairman Donahue adequately represented that in his letter as well. The conflict, I think, that we originally, the working group and others talking about this months ago, was not so much that piece of it, but also the piece of being a marijuana establishment, being licensed already, the language in the language in the statute like that. I think there's possibly a pathway forward to accomplish what I think is the commission's goals, to not only get it for applicants who are not licensed and for licensees who are already licensed. And I would propose this as consideration for the commission. Is, while Commissioner Roy, you're right, is those people who are in the program already but not, I think we can accomplish it in two pathways. Maybe a subsection, so maybe 101.7 is pre-verification and verification of a social equity business. A is pre-verification of a social equity business where they meet all those criteria and they can apply and they can do all those things with the exception of licensure as being an element of the equation. So so you don't have to be in the social equity program already. You can qualify for the social equity program as an applicant, but still qualify for pre-verification without licensure. B could be tailored to those who are already licensed, even if they are not in the social equity program yet as well, or they are. So it's pre-verification essentially for those who are not licensed. And B is verification of those who are already licensed. The only difference is licensure. Otherwise, whether you're in the program or you would qualify for the program, you would qualify for pre-verification or verification. I see Enforcement Counsel's hand is up, and I always love to defer to her.
Before and I give you the floor, Enforcement Counsel, I'll let Commissioner Stebbins offer his comments or questions.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. It would be my hope, and I think Director Potvin is speaking to that I worry about us muddying this section because I think it is so important, and it is obviously a critical new component of how we operate, thanks to Chapter 180. Keeping this to that pre-verification, I think, as Director Potvin explained it, pot one being, I'm not even at the starting line, but I want to get to the starting line. Pre-verification will help me get to the starting line. Part B being, I've been licensed, I've been operating, I want to come back and get this pre-verification as a social equity business. And I think to the point Commissioner Roy is making is we don't want to forget about our SEP-BE participants who have already been through this track. I'd be more inclined to wait until we get to the social equity piece to, I think, Commissioner Roy, your point of let's make sure that our social equity and EE, I hate to call them applicants because they're not applicants, they're approved EE participants. Make sure that our guidance for communities around social equity, that's more baked in there than necessarily in this section. So to wrap it all up, I think I agree with what Director Potvin said, but encourage us to think through the SEP-EE folks that have been through those programs or been approved or designated. Think that through a little bit more when we get to our review of social equity guidance for communities.
I wonder because this will, first I'll ask, Attorney Carter, have you drafted any additional language or any amendments to this language that would incorporate the discussion that was just had amongst the commissioners and Director Profit? I feel like this might take some time, so I'm wondering if it's possible to do it right now. Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
Do you want to answer this?
No, I'll defer to you.
So I think, so I wanted to just speak on what Director Potvin said. So this language started off as very confusing because it was supposed to capture two groups, but there was no variation in the language for those two groups. One was supposed to be verifying those who are already social equity businesses, and the other was supposed to be pre-verifying those who could be social equity businesses. So I think what we can do is, if the commissioners agree, change this subsection 7 to pre-verification and or verification of social equity business. The language in subsection A would remain as it was originally, because it's speaking to those who are already social equity businesses. But in section B, we would have to add pre-verified language to make very clear that that's speaking to the group of individuals who have not yet been verified, or who are not yet licensed by the commission and are not yet a social equity business. So I think that we already have the infrastructure there. It's just a matter of tweaking the language to be very clear that these are two separate groups that we're talking about, and that was not the case originally. And I think that's what Chair Donahue was speaking to.
I want to make sure we're getting the entire universe that was intended. So B, I think we've already covered the SEPs, social equity participants, EEAs, but I just want to make it really clear to also incorporate those who have not yet gone into those programs.
I believe B is intended to do just that, but it doesn't have the pre-verified language. So it's confusing to the public how B speaks to that group.
Commissioner Roy?
So moving forward with that proposal, should we still keep an applicant or switch it to individual or entity based on that new proposal?
Well, the original language was an applicant once licensed. It could also be an individual or entity once licensed.
Yes.
But the once licensed is speaking to that group of
Right,
individuals who are
exactly.
already
Like,
signed off as a social equity business, as SEP or EEA. So I think it could probably be wise to change it to individual or entity, but otherwise the language as it is probably fine, as long as we change subpart B to pre-verified to make very clear which group we're speaking to.
If I may.
Commissioner Camargo?
I mean, it sounds like we're all on the same page, right? I think that the policy intent is the key thing here. How we word it, I think is going to be up to us a little later, or the legal team, but it sounds like Commissioner Roy, I think your points are well taken, and Commissioner Stebbins. But it sounds like we're all on the same page, which is, I guess, a good thing for this section, because it was a little confusing, but we want to make sure it's clarified, but also it hits all the universes. So.
Okay. Are there any other comments on these two components, A and B, of the pre-verification or verification of social equity businesses?
I'll just say once they're ready, once it's sort of rewritten, if you guys can dump it in the thing, and then we can come back to it, obviously on Wednesday or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Roy?
did we address Chair Donahue's concern that the last sentence in that section, that first paragraph, nonetheless, when one reviews 935 CMR 500-181 in its entirety, uncertainties remain over when and how certain classes of entities and individuals stand to benefit, like how they stand to, I guess what's sticking out to me is how do they stand to benefit? Do we need to talk
This
about
will
that?
come up. So this is more within the municipal equity section of the draft. And I think that it will answer his question here.
How they stand to benefit.
Because that's at the municipal level, what that designation, that social equity business designation does at the local level with the negotiations. So we will get into it. We just haven't gotten there yet. Are there any other questions? Okay, Attorney Carter, I believe we can go on to subsection C.
Yes, subsection C. there has been a material change of circumstance after the submission of an application or received certification, the social equity business applicant shall revise the information and attest in a form and a manner determined by the commission. The applicant shall also notify the host community of a material change in its applications or status as a social equity business as applicable.
The only note I would make here, because we've talked about the term applicant, is if we would change that to individual or entity. Aside from that, I'm familiar with it. So Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
I think, Chair, that we need to also confirm what group this is supposed to speak to.
So
Section C, and then that will tell us what language we need to incorporate.
this will make it a little bit more complex. This language is meant to speak to the entire universe, and it's in order to speak to when circumstances around that individual or entity where they no longer would qualify. So if there's a change where they wouldn't hold that 51% ownership of the business, if any of our criteria that we use here, if they no longer satisfy that criteria, then this is when subsection C comes in. So we need to understand that information, we need to be notified about that, and then we evaluate whether or not they actually qualify as a social equity business. But it's for all universes. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is, if I'm not mistaken, we're trying to, at the end of the day, we're trying to address any type of material change that may have happened that would affect their status if they're still being an applicant or if they've been pre-verified.
Right.
I would hope, I'm thinking maybe we could be a little more clearer on material change. I mean, the big material change is the lead and the applicant is no longer 51% or more business owner.
I will, so again, to add additional context, this language was pulled from our existing regs. I cannot for the life of me think about the citation right now, but maybe if Attorney Carter or Enforcement Counsel can give me the citation, that would be helpful. But we have similar language in our existing regulations that speaks to a material change. So that was the rationale for pulling that language and inserting it here, because it will be applied in the same way.
I would like us to consider, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, Director Potvin did have his hand up, so I wanted to just note that as well.
Oh, Director Potvin, I need to look over this way more often. Director Potvin, please.
That's okay. It's just making me appreciate so much more that I'm going to be in person with all of you tomorrow. And I know some of you who have voted remotely in public meetings probably have some type of sympathy for me right now, a little bit. So I'm going to defer Commissioner Stebbins' comment on material change because I think Enforcement Counsel is probably looking that up right now, if I'm wrong. But as far as I think the intent of the commission under this is the material change as to not certification, but to what Chair Concepcion was bringing up is under both A and B is a material change to an application they submitted or pre-verification or verification of the business or individuals or entities being designated as such as a social equity business. So it does encompass A and B in all the scenarios.
Yeah.
I will say, Commissioner Stebbins, historically, yes, there is other language in the draft in the regulations, not the draft regulations, but the existing regulations as to material change. And material change normally speaks to the elements of why somebody can get something. So if it's social equity, if it's verification of a social equity business, it's not only that 51%, but it could also be licensure. If it's pre-verification, it's more likely than not that there's been a change to the organization of the individuals and entities listed and their qualifications to meet our social equity standard. Material change is a legal term that has been interpreted by the commission in other instances, namely when an application's been deemed complete and now something material has changed, like normally a change in the ownership structure of the business. That has been considered a material change, which would be apples and apples to this situation that qualifies somebody as a social equity business. I don't know if we necessarily have a defined term for material change, but that's how it's been interpreted in the one other scenario that has existed for a couple of years under the commission's existing regulations.
Thank you, Director Potvin.
Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Stebbins, did you have any follow-up questions?
I'm just curious if Councilor Lopez, because Director Potvin said you were efficiently looking up material change, with what thoughts you might have.
Absolutely. So material changes throughout our regulations, but where it's actually a standard that's been most relied on as a compliance standard is in 500-102-1E, which speaks to the applicant's obligation to keep current all information that they have previously submitted to the commission. So I'll read that out loud if you'd like. It says that the applicant shall report any changes in or additions to the content of the information contained in the application to the commission within 5 business days after such change or addition. If a material change occurs to an application deemed complete, the commission may deem the application incomplete pending further review. So essentially, once the applicant has gone on record and made representations in terms of all the information materials in their application, there might be a material change to, there might be a change to that information that they have an obligation to inform us of. But if the change is material, then we do reserve the right and ability to deem the application incomplete. I will say that our working standard has mostly been that a material change would be something that could potentially make a difference in the ultimate licensing decision. So for example, if there was a change that implicated one of the grounds for potential denial of an application under 500-400, that would constitute a material change. Suitability is an example of that. You as the commissioners have the ability to deny an application on grounds of suitability. So if the suitability issue came up on an application that had already been submitted and deemed complete, then that would constitute a material change because it could ultimately impact the licensing decision on the application under 500-400. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Chair. It is, and again, I'll go back to the fact that I look at this verification or pre-verification of a social equity business, meaning that for all intents and purposes, we're asking them to meet that one standard. 51% ownership of their business. I guess my question here, my goal here is to, short of maybe adding the citation back to what material change means in the statute, offering some clarity to somebody reading the regs that this is, I think for all intents and purposes for the commission, this is the big piece of information that we're looking for. This is going to solidify your verification or perhaps jeopardize your verification. So instead of saying material change, and Attorney Lopez, I appreciate the citation to it. This is the one critical element for that verification or pre-verification.
I wonder, Commissioner Stebbins, if we added, I'll say the idea before I can offer some language. If we added additional language that sort of qualified that. So a material change of circumstances, maybe something along the lines of that impacts the social equity business status, if that would sort of get to what you're concerned about.
I like that language. I think that narrows it down to why somebody's status could be upended.
Right.
Right.
Commissioner Roy?
How does this account for discovery of, and there's precedent here, of untruthfulness, if that is discovered. And do we need to account for that? I don't see anything in here.
Chair, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
So material change, as I mentioned before, it's when it comes to anything in the regulations, we don't have the ability to spell all of it out. So sometimes we have to develop a compliance standard based on our interpretation of what the term means as applied to our everyday compliance work when we're reviewing a licensing application or pre-certification or pre-verification. So what I can say is that untruthful submission of information is a ground for potential suspension or revocation of a license or for denying an application. So that would qualify as a material change.
Under that
Under our
umbrella.
compliance standard, yes.
Okay.
In terms of how we interpret it and apply that term.
Any other questions, Commissioner Camargo?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins? Director Poppin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am hearing Commissioner Stebbins' concerns, and Enforcement Counsel, I think, adequately and correctly represented how we are using this right now. When I envision these pre-verification and verification applications, I guess in my mind, I'm still looking at that population, not so much that's licensed or not licensed, but I'm looking at the population that would qualify, who could qualify for our social equity business. We have a provision under 500-105-17, I believe I'm citing that correctly, which is our social equity program, which states the qualifications to enter our social equity program and be accepted. So those are additional qualifications that may need to be utilized, either possibly, depending on how the final language is worked, in the pre-verification of a social equity business or the verification of a social equity business, as those who would qualify. We have such an excellent equity program and community outreach team that have already verified those individuals and accepted them into our social equity program. But now we're looking at the population of people that may qualify, but have not entered that program. So it's not just the 51% or the licensee or not licensee. It's those additional, would you qualify for our social equity program, which are, there's, I believe, 3 different criteria that in which somebody individually or as a group could qualify for a social equity program. So I think to Chair Concepcion's point and Commissioner Stebbins' point is maybe material change, while it is a turn of phrase and I think it could be used and implemented and enforced adequately, maybe a turn of phrase that might be more on point for you, Commissioner Stebbins, is a change in qualifying conditions, a change in information that has supported qualifying conditions for that status. So it's a little bit more direct that if you are qualifying as or pre-verifying or verifying as a social equity business, if you have a change to the information that qualified you for that status, that's what needs to be reported.
Commissioner Stebbins?
I like that language. I'm trying to beat Attorney Lopez and they're kind of writing it out and see how we make it fit.
If I may.
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, just talking out loud here while Commissioner Stebbins writes. This is going to be an award-winning definition, by the way, after we're done with it. But Kyle's point just made me think a little bit just about sort of the pin that I have on definitions as well around equity participant. And I think it kind of gets to, a little bit of this stuff, but, again, we're not going to get into it right now, but just those that can qualify are still not in our program, right? And that's why also the definition of equity participant and then the mechanics of us, how we operationalize that internally in terms of allowing people to be part of the equity program without having a cohort started. But that's sort of, I'm glad that we're having this conversation because it kind of, I guess it helps my argument a little bit around the equity participant definition, but just wanted to kind of throw that out there while we're waiting a little bit.
That's helpful. And thank you, Director Poppin. That was really helpful. Commissioner Stebbins, I appreciate you for raising this because I think when you're in the weeds of doing it, you don't realize how it reads. And you're absolutely correct. This is different from a material change. So I'm glad that you raised this and we're talking about it.
Yeah, no, Chair, thank you. And you bring up a good point. I hope we all look at the regs this way of just not us reading it and how we would necessarily, announce it to the outside world, but somebody who's sitting there looking at it. As much clarity as we can provide will not unnecessarily freeze somebody out by saying, I don't know what that means, so I'm going to step back.
Right.
So,
These regs are already complicated as they are.
Just a little.
why don't we continue? I'm going to continue to kind of play around with this language. Unless
Councilor Carter.
Attorney Carter can do it for me.
I might have a suggestion and I cannot take credit because Councilor Lopez is the author. But for proposed language under subsection C, quote, if there has been a change in qualifying condition after the submission of an application or received pre-verification or certification, the individual or entity pre-verified or certified as a social equity business shall revise this information and attest to the change in a form and a manner determined by the commission. The individual shall also notify the host community of the change. In qualifying condition in its application or pre-verified or certified status as a social equity business applicant.
Commissioner Roy.
I only get a little concerned that we're using qualifying condition, which could be confusing with the medical program. Can we come up with another term?
Well, Commissioner Roy, can I ask a question? I'm sorry. Thank you. What you just said, Commissioner Roy, I mean, I hear you, but also like, we're gonna make adjustments to the medical regs as well. I mean, so I don't know, but I understand, I hear what you're saying. I'm just curious if may not be a
Qualifying requirements?
Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. And I'm drawing some of this language, I think, from what Director Potvin used. If there has been a change to information that has qualified if there has been a change to
Circumstances that qualify, can we still use?
I'm trying to take out condition, but again, I liked Director Potvin's terms of change to information that qualified an applicant. I don't know if we can.
How about qualifying criteria? That one?
Enforcement Counsel Lopez, do you mind using that within the statement?
If there's been a change in qualifying criteria after the submission of an application or received pre-verification or certification, the individual entity pre-verified or certified as a social equity business shall revise this information and attest to the change in a form and manner determined by the commission. The individual or entity shall also notify the host community of a change in qualifying criteria in its application or pre-verified or certified status as a social equity business as applicable.
Sorry. Yeah. I like that. If we can just, I think it's either per verified or pre-verified. I think we're trying to get away from certified status at the end. Or no, certified versus verified.
Well, I thought that this was supposed to speak to both groups.
Right,
both
right.
the verification
You're right.
universe and
Sorry.
verification universe.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Stebbins, please continue.
If going back where it just says or received pre-verification or certification, can we just simplify that language a little bit more and just saying or after receiving pre-verification or certification? Oh.
Enforcement Counsel Lopez, can you repeat the statement as edited with Commissioner Stebbins' additional notes?
Of course. If there has been a change in qualifying criteria after the submission of an application or after receiving pre-verification or certification, the individual or entity pre-verified or certified as a social equity business shall revise this information and attest to the change in a form and manner determined by the Commission. The individual or entity shall also notify the host community of a change in qualifying criteria in its application or pre-verified or certified status as a social equity business as applicable. I think the last sentence might need a little bit of tweaking.
But you're getting to the, I think that is more understandable. Commissioner Roy?
I would just saw Director Potman asterisk certified versus verified, and just for edification purposes, if you're approved, you're certified. If you are applying for verification, that's when we use the term verified, right? Pre-verification, for basically we're only using it for pre-verification then. Or if someone can explain when we use certified versus when we use verified.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Director Poppin.
Thank you. I think that's definitely an option that's available to the commission on the terminology. I guess one concern that I am thinking about is with implementation and communication around differentiating this process or these processes with pre-certification. As you know, and as you have already looked at, pre-certification is now being opened up to all license types potentially for marijuana establishments for the majority of businesses owned by social equity and economic empowerment priority applicants. I think it would be a good suggestion, and I am in fact suggesting it for the body for consideration, is that if we have a section that's entitled verification and pre-verification versus pre-certification, I think we should keep with that language, and either we're pre-verifying somebody for pre-verification or we're verifying somebody for verification to differentiate it from the pre-certification and licensing, so that there could be a minimized level or ability or potentiality of confusion of what am I getting? What is the commission giving me?
Mhm.
And it is essentially, when you pre-verify somebody as a social equity business, we're talking to municipalities too.
Right.
If we're going to verify, and we're going to go do the process of verifying a social equity business as a social equity business, then they got verified. I think the end result is the same. I think the terminology just makes it more clear, especially for the population of which this is going to serve the most, which is our equity participants.
Thank you, Director Poppin. Enforcement Council Lopez.
So in response to that very valuable input, thank you, Director Potvin. I think what we can consider is, I agree that the certification, using the word certified will cause confusion. So in subsection A, where we speak about that the commission, once the commission has confirmed that the application is complete and the applicant qualifies as a social equity business, it will certify the applicant status. I would replace certify with confirm. That will just make it, create that distinction. That's what we're doing. And that also will reduce the confusion that Director Potvin is wisely pointing out would likely occur. So if we just speak to confirming, then all we're doing, the formal thing we're doing is pre-verifying or verifying.
Mhm.
We don't need to throw certification in there. We confirm status. That's a pretty, innocuous term for purposes of our regulatory scheme. And then subsection C can be modified. That actually simplifies subsection C. And I have put some simplified language in it. Would you like me to read it?
Yes.
So if there has been a change in qualifying criteria after the submission of an application or after receiving pre-verification, the individual or entity pre-verified as a social equity business shall revise this information and attest to the change in a form and manner determined by the commission. The individual or entity shall also notify the host community of a change in qualifying criteria to its application or its pre-verified status as a social equity business as applicable. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions, comments?
Very thorough.
All right, I think we have some consensus. We can move on to the next component. Attorney Carter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe we are now moving on to D, which would be list be provided to the Department of Revenue. The commission shall provide the Massachusetts Department of Revenue with a list of social equity businesses 30 days, within 30 days, verification of a business as a social equity business by the commission.
So to align with the changes that we have made in the preceding components here, so I would just throw this out to my fellow commissioners, verification, so pre-verification or verification?
Just another question.
Okay, Commissioner Camargo.
It's probably too late in the game to ask, but I'm gonna ask anyways. Why is this in there?
Madam
Second.
Chair.
Yes, Director Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Camargo, that's an excellent question. There is a requirement in Chapter 180 to notify the Department of Revenue of those businesses that qualify as a social equity business. Social equity business has two separate and distinct definitions within Chapter 180. One that applies to the commission and one that applies to the Department of Revenue's governing statute, one of them. And I will read it for you so that you can see it. So under Section 4 of Chapter 180, it amends Chapter 64N, which is one of the Department of Revenue's effectuating chapters. And it defines social equity business different there. It defines it as a marijuana retailer that is a social equity business as defined in Section 1 of Chapter 94G. And the purpose of it goes into Section 5 of Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022. And it goes to information, and I'll read it. So it's essentially affecting the amount of money that the municipality may collect from the marijuana retailer and how it's distributed and so on and so forth. The actual language is a sum equal to 1% of the total sales price received under this section from a marijuana retailer who's a licensed business, and obviously they're collecting sales. That is a social equity business, and goes on not less than quarterly, be distributed, credited, and paid by the state treasurer upon certification of the commissioner, and in this case, the commissioner being the commissioner of the Department of Revenue, to each city or town that has at least one marijuana retailer that is a social equity business, in proportion to the amounts of sums received from the sale of marijuana. So essentially, it has a different effect than it does with us as the commission. It has an effect with the Department of Revenue on how they're going to distribute additional proceeds to municipalities that host actual social equity businesses. So we, in order to facilitate that, the Department of Revenue needs to know who's a social equity business as determined by the commission. So this in this section, it would differentiate a little bit where this might be only applicable to those social equity businesses and not pre-verified social equity businesses.
That's why I, if I may, that's why I ask, but also like, there's so many folks that, you know, are still in the process, may have an entity, may have an LLC done, maybe, you know, pre-certified, everything, but are not like they're not, you know, they haven't commenced operations, or, you know, they're still in the process of trying to get a host community. So that's why I'm asking, right? So it's kind of like they want a list, but not all these, this may be a different universe of a list. So I'm bringing up the question.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Roy?
Would it further help or assist a designated certified certified social equity business if the commission provided that list to the supplier diversity office? And do we have the purview to do that? Commissioner Stebbins, I know you usually advocate for SEO.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
And Commissioner Roy, just for clarity's sake, who are you directing the question to?
The body.
Okay, all right, and then just repeat the question again.
Okay. In an effort to help those disproportionately impacted and to help certified social equity businesses who are licensees, would it behoove the commission to notify the supplier diversity office of their certified social equity business status?
Commissioner Roy,
Commissioner Marco.
if I may, that's like a new thing, right? Like you're saying, like as a new,
It's
introducing it.
added,
You're adding
introducing
language,
the
okay.
concept to be
I-
nuanced.
Yeah, I hear you. I would just suggest, we're talking about the Department of Revenue.
Mhm.
So list to be provided, and I think that Kyle read chapter 180, but I would just ask and sort of recommend that we kind of maybe discuss a little bit sort of my question back and forth before we get into, but I hear what you're saying in terms of supplier diversity. That also, Commissioner Roy, could be also part of guidance or something. So I don't know if it's a mandate via the reg, because I think the supplier diversity office, I don't know what they would do with it and what the utility is for that. I'm more concerned about the Department of Revenue portion here, and then the clarification. I hear it needs to be in there, but I just want to make the clarification of universes. Kyle has his hand up. Thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins,
I'm gonna go
this is
to
your
Kyle.
response. Okay, so
You can go to Kyle first. yeah.
Derek responded.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So maybe a little bit more on point, and I hear what Commissioner Roy is saying, but this is in fact a statutory requirement that was identified by, I think, Enforcement Counsel Lopez and also our legal team as not necessarily being in Chapter 180, but being part of the amendment of 94G that happened. Chapter 180 went into effect November 9th of 2022. 94G had an additional requirement, and I think it might have been voted on by the legislature as to ensure this requirement was fulfilled, where this information was communicated to the Department of Revenue. It includes a requirement, and it's 94G section 4, and I may say section A and a half, and it is subsection, sorry, my apologies, subsection 38, which is the commission shall adopt procedures and policies for the commission to provide the Department of Revenue with a list of businesses that qualify as social equity businesses to facilitate the Department of Revenue's timely certification of the amounts required to be distributed, credited, and paid to cities and towns pursuant to Section 5 of Chapter 64N. So there's a procedural element that is now in 94G that requires for the adoptions of policies and procedures. So that's where this requirement is coming from, is a statutory requirement.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
I withdraw my question. Thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. And I appreciate Commissioner Roy raising that question. I mean, as we go through this new social equity business verification process, first of all, there's not a guarantee that a social equity business might qualify for one of SDO's categories. But when again, thinking after regs and implementation, I would encourage our social equity program team, who I'm assuming will be part of this, that they could make information about SDO, to your point, available to anybody that we're verifying. Like part of the verification, you should know about the SDO process as well. But I'm not sure we can incorporate that into the regs, as has been suggested, but I'm big fan of SDO, so appreciate the idea.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy, do you?
Yeah, no, I just raised it for discussion
Okay.
and what, the thoughts were around it.
Okay, so with this section, subsection D, are there any other questions, comments, concerns Wake up and goes to Director Hoffman, who raises his head. No? Okay, Attorney Carter?
Then we will move on. So commissioners, we are now on page 42, which would be 500, 101, 102, action on applications. And then I would direct your attention to sub D. Language has been inserted that speaks to for all licensed applicants not subject to our standards in 102, the commission shall request. And then that goes back to the standard language. And then on a determination that the application submitted by a social equity business or a business controlled by and with majority ownership comprised of economic empowerment applicants or social equity program participants is complete, a copy of the completed application to the extent permitted by law will be forwarded to the host community. The host community shall respond within 30 days of the date of the correspondence that the applicant's proposed marijuana establishment complies or does not comply with the municipal bylaws or ordinances. If a host community does not respond to the commission's correspondence within 30 days, the commission will consider the requirement to be satisfied without any further action by the host community or applicant.
Thank you, Attorney Carter. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? I see none. I believe we have consensus. Seeing Attorney Carter.
There are a couple minor changes. I mean, there's a minor change on page 43, which is just a lettering. And then I would direct you to page 44, sub 4A, where it appears 60 calendar days was stricken out and 90 calendar days was replaced.
Are there any questions, comments, concerns?
Quick, sorry.
Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. Maybe don't need to draw a resolution to it today, but on 44, 4F speaks to the commission's current practice of requiring a marijuana establishment to ask their host community for that documentation of cost to the city. If we create our new regs around verification and review of host community agreements and community impact fees, does this piece of the regs need to go away? Or would it cause some
I
confusion?
see Director Potvin.
Okay.
I will give you the floor, Director Potvin.
Sorry, Kyle.
Thank you, Chair Concepcion, and thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I know how much you care about 4F and how vocal you are about 4F, and how necessary it is. In the host community working group, especially with the recommendations from Chair Concepcion and especially Commissioner Roy about that verification of community impact fees and the invoices and the certification of those invoices, this essentially does now serve as a double regulatory requirement that is redundant, in my opinion. I would suggest that because of the very intricate and necessary provisions that are in the host community section under 500-180, that 4F, both in the adult and medical regulations, be eliminated as being essentially a redundant regulatory requirement for licensees and municipalities.
For clarification, Director Potvin, you're saying to strike subsection F in its entirety?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Are there any comments, concerns to my fellow commissioners? Council, Enforcement Council, if you guys have, if there are any comments or, all right, I think we have consensus to strike subsection F. Attorney Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and our draft will reflect that. So now I would move you to page 46, which would be under 500-105, general operating requirements for a marijuana establishment. We move then to M3, and it appears that felony has been stricken from a drug offense. So that is the only change there.
To my left and to my right, I don't see any hands, I don't see any comments. In that case, Attorney Carter, please proceed.
Yes, thank you. I believe that there's a little bit of a gap here, that the next, I'll just tell you the page number.
Say Commissioner Roy, we may ask for a break in a few before we get the HCA. Definitely. Did you make a motion earlier? I didn't get it.
Section.
I think that's where we're at.
I think we're at 180.
It is 69. 69, okay, I hear the need for a break. Let me ask my fellow commissioners, how long of a break do we need before we jump into this? 10 minutes? So say I'll get 3 more minutes. 2:50. Okay, so the motion will be to recess until 2:50. And at that point, we come back and go into our host community agreements, draft language. Commissioner Roy, do I have a motion?
So.
Commissioner Camargo, do I have a second? Okay, I will call the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair, aye. 4 in favor, none opposed. We are in recess until 2:50. 59, 500.180 host community agreement requirements for licensed applicants, marijuana establishments, and host communities. Attorney Carter, so move it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we are now turning to 180. As 180 is an entirely new section, it would be my thought that I would go through basically each subsection, and then if you guys would, if the board would like to drill down further, I think that would be an opportunity, or I can read the entirety of the new section if that is preferable, but I think it might just take a significant amount of
I
time.
agree.
Okay.
I agree. Unless there's any opposing.
Wait, I'm sorry, can you restate what you just said?
Absolutely. So as chapter 180 is an entirely new section, to read all of it, I think would take significant time, but I am happy to do it. In the alternative, I could read the subsections and then the titles, and then if a commissioner would like to drill down further, we could do it that way as well.
Commissioner, based on both that?
I don't know if I am. This is incredibly important.
Okay.
HCs are
So
incredibly,
we can read through it.
incredibly important.
Okay, and I do apologize if I stutter. This section is governed by MGL 94G, Section 3D15, as amended by State 2020, Chapter 180, we'll just say that, which went into effect November 9th, 2022. Pursuant to 94G, Section 4A, the Commission has the authority to review, regulate, enforce, and improve HCAs and to develop a model host community agreement.
If we can pause there just for a moment. I don't have a question about this section at all. But what I wanted to do is take the opportunity to highlight this because there seems to be some confusion throughout the industry about the effective date of Chapter 180. And I think it's a good time to remind anyone who's listening, anyone who's joining us, that as of November 9th, 2022, Chapter 180 was the law. So if there was anything done from that point that was not aligned with Chapter 180, it is in essence against the law. It's adverse to what Chapter 180 states, and it's against the legislative action that occurred in the law that took effect on November 9th, 2022. So I just wanted to state that for the record. We here at the Commission are also following that, and I would hope that anyone else outside of this room, outside of this agency, those who are operating within this industry understand that as well. So I just wanted to make that clarifying point. Thank you.
Subsection 2, general requirements for host community agreements. The Commission shall review and approve each host community agreement as part of a completed license application and at each license renewal. The parties to an HCA relative to an application for licensure are a licensed applicant and a host community. The parties to an HCA relative to an application for renewal of licensure are a host community and a marijuana establishment.
Commissioner Wood?
Mercedes, what page on the electronic version is he reading from? On the hard copy in the.
69.
Yep, 69. Okay, I think you just read 2?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Carter?
Yes, absolutely. So now we will move on to, do you want me to read the subs as well?
Commissioner Roy?
Yes, I do have a language to propose. For Massachusetts general law, section 4, towns power to contract purposes. And this isn't my proposed language. I'm putting it.
Commissioner Roy, I just want to clarify what section
Two.
you're proposing to amend.
Two.
So to the general requirements for host community agreements. Okay, is that what you're?
Let me just make sure. So you're here too. I want to propose language here.
So
I just don't,
We're right in the beginning,
I
right
know, and I don't have it for some reason. I don't see it.
on the computer.
See?
this is not. It's 500.18.
Yeah, and it's, I don't even, that's why I asked.
Scrolling down, you're at
So,
170.
yeah, I know, and then it,
Commissioner Roy, let me send you the most updated version.
yeah, but my track changes are in this.
Oh, you added your track change?
I have track changes. See what I'm saying?
Maybe close it. Did you save it before for yourself?
Additions, is your first?
I'm sorry, this is important and I don't want to. You see what I'm saying? I'm missing a whole section on this.
So you went from, hold on, from 170.
You know, it jumps. And I need a special.
Similar to what we have. Okay, so, okay, you have that.
Yeah, look, 170. I don't see 180. Where,
Waiver is your next, that's,
so what am I missing?
shall comply. It looks like some of the language was eliminated.
Mhm.
Could you?
Commissioner Roy, did you save it for like on your desktop as your own copy?
You're here, I can see this is B, this is actually our B,
Right.
and then A and license. So you're missing.
So I'm
you're
missing
chunk.
I'm missing a chunk.
You're missing 2 and A, but just tell us where your first edit is. Is your first edit?
Is, well, I'm missing that chunk now, so I don't know. I have two,
The conditions.
where do you see that?
Your conditions required under. Here. So we haven't reached that yet.
So
I believe that's
Here, I'm gonna see if I can find it.
Do you mind if we continue reading?
Yeah, no, continue. I'm just missing a whole section.
Okay.
It's okay.
Carter, I believe you want subsection A.
And you would like me to read all of the subsections?
Yes, please. Very good.
A licensed applicant seeking a new license to operate a marijuana establishment or MTC shall negotiate and execute a compliant HCA with a host community unless a compliant HCA waiver has been submitted pursuant to 500-180 sub 5. A compliant HCA or compliant HCA waiver must be submitted in a form in order for a license application to determine to be deemed complete pursuant to 500.102.
Okay, continue. We'll actually pause there. Are there any questions or comments at this point for subsection A,
Other than
the waiver?
the waiver language, when we get to that,
Okay,
might be a place to get.
all right, Commissioner Roy.
Mhm.
All right, Attorney Carter, please continue.
All right, I will move on to B. A marijuana establishment seeking renewal of a license to continue to operate in a host community shall have an HCA that complies with 500-180 unless a compliant HCA waiver has been submitted pursuant to 180 sub 5. Moving on to C, each of the parties shall ensure that HCA satisfy the following minimum acceptable criteria. Sub 1, the parties shall ensure that references in the HCA to a licensed applicant or marijuana establishment are consistent with both the business entity name certified and recorded with the Secretary of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the business entity name stated either in a license application or on a marijuana establishment's license record as maintained by the commission.
If I may.
Commissioner Camargo.
I think Commissioner Roy, I don't know if this is the problem right now. The document that we have online that says filed 935 CMR 500.500 use marijuana red line. Is it read only for us? And the only reason is that it is, okay, because I was just in it right now and it jumped to somewhere else, so I can't find the section that you were
That's
reading.
happened to me.
So I want to close out of here. I want to make sure that, let me save your master copy.
Other, Commissioner Roy?
In my version, it says requirements and you said criteria.
Mine also does say requirements.
What section?
See? Yeah, see.
And
Yeah,
it says requirements.
I apologize. Sometimes when I am reading a lot, the
Yeah.
words start to blend. I apologize.
I think we're just making sure we're reading the correct version.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we have written version and we have electronic, but I just want to make sure that Mercedes, whatever version you're in, that you're saved in, okay, you are?
Yeah, I just confirmed that on the website, it does say to download the file, so it is a read-only.
Okay, so let me just get out of here for 1 second, because mine says don't save and I'm afraid to even click it.
And are there any other questions or comments at this point? Commissioner Roy?
Where you're here on one, where he said requirements, where he ended at requirements.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yes. Okay, all right. Attorney Carter, please proceed.
All right, so now we'll go C1. The parties shall ensure that references in an HCA to a licensed applicant or marijuana establishment. Oh, did I? I apologize. The parties shall ensure that HCA's set forth all of a host community's conditions for allowing a marijuana establishment or a licensed applicant to operate in the community. No host community may impose an unreasonable condition or a term that is unreasonably impractical in an HCA. A condition may be presumed reasonable if, sub A, the condition is required under a host community's local rules, regulations, ordinances, or bylaws. B, the condition has been deemed necessary to promote public safety by the chief law enforcement authority in a host community. C, the condition has been deemed necessary to promote public health by the chief public health authority in a host community. D, the condition is a local requirement customarily imposed by a host community on other non-cannabis businesses operating in the community. E, the condition is required by law. F, the condition is not in conflict with, does not conflict with other laws. Or G, the condition is otherwise deemed reasonable by the commission based on particular circumstances presented by an HCA or contracting parties.
Okay, Attorney Carter, I ask that you pause here. Are there any questions in this subsection? Commissioner Roy?
So in preparing for today's deliberative discussion, I looked at the Office of the Comptroller's language. Since host communities are one of the parties is a municipality, these are therefore municipal contracts, if you will, and under the purview of the policies and procedures of the Office of the Comptroller. So I see we have the condition is required by law. The condition does not conflict with other laws. But I lifted language from the Comptroller's office because municipalities are governed under them for their contracts. A host community may not contract for any purpose on any terms or under any conditions inconsistent with any applicable provision of any general or special law. So I'm wondering if we could entertain lifting the language from the Comptroller's office.
Commissioner Roy, are you asking to include that as an addition, or are you recommending that a component of this be stricken and replaced with that language?
I'm thinking replace E with the Comptroller, language from the Comptroller.
I'm looking at our enforcement council, Director Poppin, if he wanted to opine, enforcement council Lopez.
Commissioner, is there any way that you can take that language and put it in the chat so that we can look at it?
Okay, and I struck it out. Yeah, I can. Just if you give me 1 minute to do that.
Great, Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. So in this section, it speaks to municipalities' power and sort of time and manner and place, as this section sort of is written and expands. So I'm proposing, and we can have a discussion, that we strike A, B, and C from this section.
Do you mind elaborating on why?
Yep. So section A, B, C obviously gives the presumption reasonableness by any ordinance created by municipality. B will allow the police chief to create any condition. Public safety gives the chief. So I'm just kind of reading it really quickly. So I think somewhere within our process, we already have chiefs of police signing off for host community agreements and somewhere in the process. I think that this appears to give unchecked power around the HCAs, especially to chiefs that could add more to this process. I understand, I'm sure your group talked a little bit about why the chief of public health. This is a new addition, I believe, to the condition. And I think we historically, now 5-6 years in, know that a lot of municipalities unfortunately have created, unnecessary burden on these HCAs. And I think that A, B, and C just allows for more of that. So my recommendation was to strike that because we already have one of those provisions somewhere in terms of the police chief. And it, yeah.
Just want to make sure you completed your
Sure.
For
Yeah.
Did you have any additional comments? Okay, I see Director Potvin has turned on the camera. So Director Potvin, do you have any response or comments for this section?
I have general responses to what Commissioner Camargo has just elaborated. And I would ask Acting General Counsel Andrew Carter to verify, just to make sure that we are giving sound counsel to the commission. I understand that Commissioner Camargo is asking to strike on page 69. She's asking to strike 500, 180, 2C2, A, B, and C. A, B, and C be the predominant provisions. I understand that some licensees may have been faced with maybe arbitrary, maybe local provisions, but I don't know if I would go that strong. However, under 2A, the local rules, ordinances, or bylaws that are determined by a community, there is a provision in Chapter 94G, Section 3, that does provide for local control from a municipality over whether they can have marijuana establishments or MTCs established in their boundaries, and do give them some discretion to establish some rules, ordinances, or bylaws. One of those just for the sake of saying them is the fact that we have a requirement that marijuana establishments cannot be located within 500 feet of a K through 12 private or public school. However, the municipality is given the discretion by law to reduce that barrier. There might be other provisions in there that we are bound to follow in deference to a municipality. So I don't necessarily agree with A, B, and C. I do see some utilization or some fleshing out of B and C, but A, I think that's consistent with the existing law that has been unchanged.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Enforcement Council Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to follow up and say that, so in terms of A, B, and C, that's a policy decision, so I don't have anything to add to that. But I did want to follow up and say that the Chief Law Enforcement Officer sign off that you referenced, just to clarify for the commissioners and for the public, that is something that comes into play whenever a licensee is seeking a waiver of a security requirement. So in those situations, we do have a process where we have to reach out to the chief law enforcement officer in the locality where the marijuana establishment or medical marijuana treatment center is located, and give them an opportunity to weigh in on whether or not, the waiver should be granted. But apart from that, we do not have a general built-in process seeking certification or any type of buy-in from the chief law enforcement officer, although I do believe that our compliance team does consult with the chief law enforcement authority of a particular jurisdiction when they're assessing security plans for purposes of the inspection process.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate the suggestion of Commissioner Camargo. I guess where I might look for some legal guidance regarding this. First of all, Commissioner Camargo, to your point again of obviously protecting our licensees against unwarranted fees and obligations. The language at the top of C2 says, or the ending language says, a condition may be presumed reasonable if, and then it cites those three. But I guess where I have a question is, how does what we're seeing here lie within the overlay of cost needing to have, it's further in the regs, and I'm not sure where, but it's speaks to costs must have a nexus to the operation of the marijuana establishment or MTC. So is that enough authority that we have that if somebody puts something in and based it on condition 2B, that the commission still retains the authority to look at it and say, no, we don't believe that cost is a direct nexus to the presence and operation of the marijuana establishment or MTC?
Yes, well, as it relates to the host community or the community impact, the HCA or the community impact. This is for HCAs, right? The conditions of an HCA.
Correct. But I think you could read that and see that a condition may, at the end of the day, have a cost attached to it. So I'm trying to gain some clarity as to, first of all, I feel that language where it is now may be presumed acceptable, giving us, I think, some authority, right, in how we review HCAs going forward. But further down, I think when you get to your point, when we get to talking about a community impact fee, you still retain authority to decide whether the condition or cost, which might tie its way back to a condition, definitely has to have a nexus to the operation and presence of a marijuana establishment within the community.
Yes, and Commissioner, you did go where I was planning on going, which is a condition may be presumed reasonable, right? It's not a shall. So I think that ultimately this would be a compliance determination. But it would be based on, criteria in the regs and guidance documents and any precedent that would be set. So I think ultimately that this is a policy decision for the board. But the way that it is currently construed with the may, I do think that there is some discretion reserved for the commission.
Commissioner Stebbins, do you mind providing some more, just fleshing out a little bit more about your concerns. I want to see, are you agreeing with Commissioner Camargo and removing some of the language? Are you suggesting that we tweak something? I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly.
Sure. No, I think Commissioner Camargo raises a valid point. My counter argument or my pushback would be, I think there's a way to still allow these conditions to be proposed in a host community agreement. I think the language says that we can presume a condition reasonable. That authority still lies with us. I think to the point Commissioner Camargo is raising, I'm not going to try to speak for her, but we're mindful of, again, costs being imposed on a licensee that does not have a direct nexus back to their presence of their operation. So I'm just trying to, I guess, maybe offer some level of assurance to Commissioner Camargo that we still retain authority, that just because a condition is in an HCA doesn't mean that this commission will consider it, presume it reasonable, and then trying to overlay that with what I think we move to and talk about further in community impact fee is our ability to suggest that a fee or a request for a payment isn't tied directly to the nexus of the operation of the cannabis facility. So I guess I'm raising that as argument to say, do we want the flexibility to leave that in, knowing that we have some safeguards before we strike it completely, whereby we may not be allowing a community to be innovative in their agreement, or we don't know what we're talking about yet.
Commissioner Camargo, would you mind providing some more, explain your concerns a bit more?
I mean, I think it's just an opportunity for municipalities to leverage this and to add more, possibly more community impact fees, or, police chief plus public health chief, which is, can sort of new to this process. I think it allows municipality to leverage this. And I know that there's other safeguards in here, but again, my first intention is to strike it.
Commissioner Roy, do you have any comments or questions?
I'm looking at it from the opposite perspective. So there's a higher hurdle to cross because it has to be validated by the chief public safety officer in the town or the chief public health. So it can't be capricious. It has to be demonstrated and it has to be validated. I feel like it's a safeguard. I'm looking at it as, I'm looking from a different perspective, that there's a higher threshold and now a higher burden, and in a way it protects from that, from what you're saying.
I'm in agreement with you, Commissioner Roy. That was a lot of the thinking that went into developing that language, was to sort of create a baseline on what we would see as reasonable, and that may be presumed reasonable. Language was intentional, but I hear what you're saying.
If I may. So I'm hearing, I thank you, because I think the hardest part here is that I was in none of these working groups. So you all have a lot of insight into this, and thank you, Commissioner Roy, for sort of giving me that perspective. I'm not going to sit here and go, go back to the last 5 or 6 years, but we're here because we, as a CCC, didn't manage and didn't go through the process of HCAs, right? So I want to make sure that moving forward, and I always say this, right, after we're gone, that, we've done some stuff that matters. So I guess in my compromise, in terms of striking it, then maybe we can add some conditions for A, B, and C that are more prescriptive. And I do have some language that I can offer, and I'm happy to read it or dump it in the chat, but if I may, for A, the condition may be presumed reasonable if the condition is required under a host community's local rules, regulations, ordinance, or bylaws, and applies to non-cannabis business or is determined by the commission to be reasonably related to operations of a marijuana establishment or medical marijuana treatment center in compliance with the law. So I'll put that in here, and it may be more language, however, I'm hearing y'all's perspective, but I also want to add that condition. So that's for A.
Commissioner, do you mind repeating it one more time? I'm
It's okay.
injecting the new terms in my
Sure.
mentally. And
So I just sent it in the chat. So that's for A.
So my comment in terms of that condition is there's another criteria here about non-cannabis business operations, and that's on D. So the way that your condition reads to me is a combination of A and D. So I guess I want to get some clarification about that.
Sure.
What does this do
Sure.
in terms of
Sure.
changing that? And
Sure. And we can play with the language. I think that if we're not on the same page of striking it, obviously 3 of us need to be on the same page. It sounds like we're not. I just really would like for us to entertain some kind of conditions or extra safeguard for A, B, and C.
Commissioner Camargo,
yeah.
I think I'm asking because I might be reading this wrong.
Go ahead.
But the way that I'm understanding the language you have here, it combines, so it doesn't eliminate A, it builds on A by
Correct.
incorporating D and then also incorporating the state law requirement that we also hear. So E, which I think Commissioner Roy might be changing also, but I guess I'm a little are you in disagreement on A?
So, I mean, obviously my first choice was to strike it, but it sounds like I'm hearing your perspective and Commissioner Roy's perspective on A.
I just want to know if I'm reading this the right way though, because your condition here is A, in my opinion, with the addition of the other subsections.
Well, I guess the condition is, let me just read it. It's required under the host community local rules, regulations, and ordinance or bylaws and applies to non-cannabis businesses or is determined by the commission to be reasonably related to a operation of marijuana establishment or medical marijuana treatment center in compliance with the state. So I think it's almost saying the same thing. I felt like it was a little bit more of a safeguard for A. And maybe it's not needed for the A, but and then I added B and C as well, so we can kind of read it together. And here and I can just go to B, the condition has been deemed necessary to promote public safety by the chief law enforcement authority in the host community. So for B, and maybe if I read through all 3 of them.
Yes, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
The condition has been deemed necessary to promote public safety in writing and signed by the chief law enforcement authority in a host community, which I know it almost sounds the same, but it's giving them extra work. And such document will explain in detail why the condition is necessary for public safety and a good faith estimate of the cost of such condition, which document will be appended in the HCA. Condition 3, which is number 3 here, the condition has been deemed necessary to promote public health by the chief public health authority in the host community, and it's almost a rewrite of it, right? So the condition, this is C, the condition has been deemed necessary to promote public health in writing and signed by the chief public health authority in a host community, and such document will explain in detail why the condition is necessary for public health and good faith estimate of the cost of such condition, which the document will be appended by the HCA. So it's almost a rewrite. I mean, I was looking at it like, yeah, A, and then you can put it under, but it's a rewrite. So to me, my concern is folks have been waiting, and the industry and obviously even us in terms of regulators, we have to make sure that all these things are as tight as possible and that it doesn't allow for what we've seen, which is cities and towns telling their operators they have no impact on their towns, yet they're collecting community impact fees. And if we're going to add, chief of police, chief of public health, I get it. But I think that we need to make sure that that there's some condition for them to explain and show proof of extra fees as it relates to public safety and or public health.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Royce?
So that's two different things. We're talking about the host community agreement, not the community impact fees.
Yeah.
And number two on it, the party shall ensure that the HCA set forth all of the host community's conditions for allowing a marijuana establishment or a licensed applicant to operate in the community. So we're going to know all of the conditions in the HCA. So, and we're going to have an itemized invoice, community impact fee invoice for the charges. So I feel that's duplicative, Commissioner Camargo.
I mean, I hear you. And maybe my intent is that we rewrite them to add a little more explanation, accountability, and proof from B and C minimum.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I appreciate the discussion. I think what might be helpful is if we go back to the starting language. The parties shall ensure that HCA set forth all of a host community's conditions for allowing a marijuana establishment or a licensed applicant to operate in the community. And it says no host community may impose on a reasonable condition. Going back and reading that I hear what Commissioner Camargo, you're trying to avoid the surprise or the trap, but with that language, it almost reads to me that both parties, both the licensed applicant, both the ME and the community are in agreement with the HCA. If they weren't in agreement, then one party would not be signing it.
Yeah, and Commissioner Stebbins, I agree. I'm sorry. Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, I agree, but also let's be realistic that there's a lot of these contracts that were made in good faith that were not made in good faith. And it's hard and people don't want to hear that. But when folks got into this industry, they were so desperate to be part of the industry and to get in, right? So I know what you're saying. It's the assumption of both parties are going to be able to do that. But we've seen and we've heard, all of us, what's happened the last 5 or 6 years in the industry when it comes to these host community agreements. So I think it's an opportunity to figure out, and I get it, it's there, but I think it's an opportunity to add a little bit of extra accountability if one decides, chief of police or chief of public health, if you all decide to leave that in there.
Commissioner Roy?
It's clearly embedded in statute. In regulation, the commission is authorized to review, regulate, enforce, and approve HCA's. So we have the authority in statute to be able to do that. And the difference between the ones negotiated prior is it wasn't under our jurisdiction and there was no oversight. So now there is.
Yeah.
The language here about providing a written and signed document explaining why the condition is necessary, I can see the utility there. A good faith estimate of the cost of such condition. What I might recommend, because I know I need some time to sort of flesh this out a little bit more and think it through, is that we table this and then come back to it. And I'm willing to open this up to my fellow commissioners to get your perspective on if that is a path forward you all wish to take. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, thank you, Chair. I'm reading the language and again, trying to appreciate the safeguards that Commissioner Camargo is referring to. So I would like a little more time with it. I think it's interesting to maybe piece out A or 1A from B and C. The condition is required under a host community's local rules, regulations, ordinances, or bylaws. I think we would all appreciate that is host communities and potential host communities where considering the option of citing a marijuana establishment or an MTC within their community, that they created local rules, regs, ordinances, bylaws. I think Andrew, attorney, to your point, you know, they could decide whether they wanted to allow something within inside that 500-foot restriction that we allow. Those to me would be, I would hope, or as I'm reading that, those to me would be understanding the playing field before you even entered an HCA. Communities were doing this in advance, most likely in advance of an HCA. I hear Commissioner Camargo, I hear you thinking that B and C might be conditions that are a little more fraught for overcharging a licensee, or again, this is where I'm having this legal question of our ability to determine that a cost isn't directly a nexus to the operation of the facility. But again, I think of 1 is a little bit different than, or A is a little bit different than B and C.
Yeah, that's fair.
Appreciate that
Mhm.
option of kind of continuing to consider this and maybe come back to.
I'll go to Enforcement Counsel Lopez because she's had her hand raised for a while, then Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Camargo. So Enforcement Counsel Lopez, please.
So thank you, Madam Chair. I will note that Commissioner Camargo's proposed condition language in B and C, those are policy decisions. So I have no comment on that. But for number 1, I'm sorry, A, proposed language A, I would say that I think that could create some challenges, enforceability challenges, because it does repeat the non-cannabis businesses condition. So we want to reduce redundancies wherever we can so that we can be very sure why a particular provision is there. If there's even a slight word that's off between 2 restatements of the same condition, it could open up, you know, whole lines of inquiry on what that could or couldn't mean. But also the reasonably related language, I think I would also caution against using that because that's a different standard. The reasonably related standard is for community impact fees. The condition here is under a reasonableness standard. So I think if we have reasonably related in there, I think it could also lead to some confusion.
Thank you for that.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you.
Person. Okay, Commissioner Roy.
Okay, thank you. I feel the term good faith estimate is counterintuitive to Chapter 180. The new law wants actual costs, and I feel like inviting that could be deleterious to what we're trying to accomplish for 180 by promoting good faith estimates is what we're trying to get away from that.
Commissioner
you.
Camargo.
Just thank you for the conversation. I think it's obviously there's a lot of wordsmithing and a lot of comments and all that good stuff, but I think you guys get the nexus of my concern for A, B, and C. And I think it is a policy, you know, question discussion. And again, this is just language that we can, you know, do whatever we want with it. But I think it's more of the safeguards within this. And I think, you know, it's only fair that if we're asking, you know, a chief of police or a chief of public health, possibly, right, if, like it says here, presume reasonable if that they have something to back it up.
Commissioner Camargo, because we have a few options here. You know, we could have a conversation, and maybe I'll open this up to all of the commissioners here. Do we want to table this, let it breathe, reevaluate, or would we like to take a position on this proposal now? Commissioner Stebbins.
I would suggest, let's leave the draft language on the table and come back and consider it. And I think after we go through the community impact fee discussion, that might bring some clarity to this piece of it.
Commissioner Roy? All right, I agree. Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was A, B, and C. Are there any comments on D, E, F, G? Commissioner Roy?
I had put in the chat, Massachusetts general law. So we have the condition is required by law, and I am proposing that we lift exact language around municipalities and contracts from Massachusetts general law. And I will read it to you. Let me just go up in the chat. Okay. A city or town may not contract for any purpose, well, for this matter, we'll call it a host community. A host community may not contract for any purpose on any terms or under any condition inconsistent with any applicable provision or any general or special law.
Of any general or special?
Any applicable provision or any general, and this is lifted from Massachusetts general law surrounding towns' power to contract.
Commissioner Roy, I just wanted to clarify, with any applicable provision of any general or special?
Yes, thank you.
Do you want to amend something and add that?
Yes,
in
I'd like to
its place?
strike F and put that exact language in its place.
Enforcement Council Lopez?
No, I figured I wanted to see if that's where you're going with that. So I think that would work. So it would read, would it read this entire statement? A city or town may not contract for any purpose, or would you replace the language with the condition is not inconsistent with any applicable provision of any general or special law? Because my question was, if you want the entire language, then I think we might have to split it. So we could put, so for example, if you wanted a city or town may not contract for any purpose on any terms or under any conditions inconsistent with any applicable provision of any general or special law. If you wanted that entire language in there, then we might put it into subsection 2. But if you just wanted to lift the language conditions inconsistent with any applicable provision of any general or special law, and substitute that with section 5, that's another option too.
Thank you. I'm inclined to leave the entirety of the language because it does also say for any purpose on any terms. So I just feel there's a little more belts and suspenders there, if you will, for power to contract and purposes under Massachusetts general law.
So then you might consider, or the commission might consider, and when we look at 2, before we lead into the subsections on conditions, we could have the first sentence, the parties shall ensure that HCA set forth all of a host community's conditions for allowing a marijuana establishment or a license applicant to operate in the community. Then we would plug in this sentence, a city or town may not contract for any purpose on any terms or under any conditions inconsistent with any applicable provision of any general or special law. And then we return back to our obligation or prohibition on unreasonable conditions.
Enforcement Council Lopez, I want to follow you. I'm trying to follow you, but I cannot find.
2. So on 2.
Okay.
2.
Right, so
So
for
the second
subsection
sentence.
2, we could plug this language that Commissioner Roy has identified in as the second sentence.
Of the main number 2.
Yep.
So after the term renewal,
After the term community.
I can read if it's helpful.
please.
So we are on, so we're under 2. The parties shall ensure that HCA set forth all of a host community's conditions for allowing a marijuana establishment or a license applicant to operate in the community. And this is the new language. A city or town may not contract for any purpose on any terms or under any conditions inconsistent with any applicable provision of any general law or special law. It then goes on with the no host community may impose, etc.
Okay.
And the one suggestion I would make is instead of a city or a town, we would maybe change that to a host community.
Okay, and so
What I had proposed, yep.
Commissioner Roy, we would be eliminating F and then injecting this.
I just want to double check. Should we leave F or do we
You
eliminate?
can leave.
I think
It's duplicate.
you can leave F.
Leave F? Okay, it's not. Okay.
I'm
Okay.
in agreement, but
Okay.
let's check. Commissioner Stebbins, or do you have,
I'm okay with leaving F in or taking it out, doesn't matter.
and the language being inserted, you're with it?
Yep.
Commissioner Camargo?
I like both just because these things are complicated. And also, I'm just curious if within these regs, would we add a link or a hyperlink or something to that law from the controller's office? I'm just curious, or any kind of note or
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, I just wanna-
Commissioner Roy?
Just wanted for edification, this is Massachusetts general law. Down further, we'll cite language from the comptroller, but this one was lifted directly from Massachusetts general.
Yeah, no doubt.
But
So,
the
Madam
link is-
Chair, may I recognize?
Director Poppin?
Yeah. But do you understand what I'm
Thank
saying
you.
though? Yeah. Does, I'm sorry, may
No,
I?
no,
Yeah.
hold on, Director Poppin.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Camargo.
Commissioner Roy, but do you understand what I was
You
trying
want
to
a
say?
link, right? You want to,
And no, I'm just saying, like, so
Yeah.
that we're adding the language, but
Yeah.
that it, because it's
it would direct them to the Massachusetts
correct,
general,
it's
yeah.
also not just our
Do
language,
that?
it's
Do we put
MGL's language. Okay.
So, my understanding,
Pause, hold on. I want to let
Thank
Director
you.
Poppin come in now because I think he might be speaking to this. Director Poppin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, laws over time conflict with each other. And over time that they can conflict with new laws. And we do have in front of us a new law. So I think saying that inconsistent with any applicable provision of any general or special law is not entirely appropriate. I think it needs to say something with inconsistent with any applicable previous provision of law, previous or conflicting provision of any general or special law, because it is going to conflict with previous laws.
That's why I wanted to cover us.
Director Potvin, repeat the language again. I just want to make sure I'm following what you're saying.
So looking at Commissioner Roy's language in the chat, also taken into consultation with what Enforcement Counsel Lopez said, I would say a municipality may not contract for any purpose on any terms or under any conditions inconsistent with any applicable previous or conflicting previous and conflicting provision of any general or special law. Otherwise, we might have a problem where it conflicts with a law that may not be in fact active or be established case law in place at the time that we're doing this.
My only concern is about this causing additional confusion. But I see Commissioner Camargo, I see your hands.
Yep. May I? Yeah. Oh, I think the language is great. But that's why I sort of asked, like, will there be a link? Will there be something? Because at the end of the day, it's not our law, right? It's MGL's, wherever we picked it up from, and the controller's office. But then back to F, the condition does not conflict with other laws, so we're still protected there. So I think it's a good gesture, but I think 5 also states it already. So.
Attorney Carter.
yes, and as I understand Commissioner Roy's suggestion, she was sort of the comptroller was the inspiration for her language, but she did not link to the comptroller, so she's just using similar language here.
Yeah, I got it from Massachusetts general law that governs
cities and towns around contracting.
Commissioner Roy, do you have any additional comments? Did you want to explain a little bit more?
I agree with you. I think it might be confusing. And I agree with you, Commissioner Camargo, that I think F covers that. So if my colleagues are so inclined, I'm comfortable with the language proposed. If my colleagues are so inclined.
Okay, okay, so you're rescinding that suggestive language and continuing with.
No,
that?
no,
Okay.
the language I propose, city or municipality may not contract for any purpose on any terms or under any conditions inconsistent with any applicable provisions of any general. Wouldn't that cover it, of any general or special law? And then F should cover it further.
May I?
Commissioner Camargo.
So Commissioner Roy,
What you're saying is add the law, but not tie it to any other state agency or any other law, so that.
Exactly, just
that
state
what
it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So like Kyle said, that the language is inspirational from somewhere else, but not state, so that we don't violate another law down the line.
Exactly.
I get it.
Director Potvin, do you believe that this covers the issue that you highlighted?
I don't.
You don't?
I don't. Because I think it needs a little bit more specificity to it, Commissioner. Because, and obviously I will defer to Acting General Counsel on this and also EC Lopez, but any applicable provision of any general or special law is too broad and may not be consistent with case law. It may not be active law anymore as decided by any court in Massachusetts, including the SJC. So we might be inviting upon ourselves a quote unquote quagmire in the language that is presented as is, without being the precedent law, maybe. Might be a more relevant term.
Okay. Commissioner Roy.
Can that be addressed, Director Potvin, in F? So if we, per the advice of Enforcement Counsel Lopez, we put this language in 2. And then in F, can we address your concern in F that the condition does not conflict with previous or current laws? Can we address it in F?
I still don't think previous or current law captures it, to be honest with you, just my honest opinion, because
what's the
previous
verbiage?
law could be, it would be, I would say precedent law.
Okay.
So current established law could be another way to phrase it.
I'm looking at the attorneys in the room to see if there's any comment. Attorney Carter, please.
Director Potvin, could you expand upon a little bit of sort of like the concern about previous law? I'm not sure I'm following that connect. What would be our concern if something is no longer good law? And then, part of me is not to take us in a circle, but part of me wonders if F really as currently construed is a catch-all and takes everything into account. And it's also, I think, written in a way that's very understandable. So I wonder if maybe the simplistic route is the way to go. But Director Potvin, I just wondered if you could expand upon your thinking as it relates to previous laws.
So if we're looking at applicable provision of any general or special law, we're looking, if we were to focus on something, or special law could be Chapter 55 of the Acts of 2017. And what was written in that now conflicts with Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022. Which one do we follow?
That's a good example. That's a really good example. Okay.
So that's why I say current and precedent law in order to make sure that it is 100% clear that the law of the day is the law that is followed, not so much the law that happened in this case 5, 6, 7 years ago. That's why I think additional clarity is required in this area.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
Thank you so much, Director Potvin. So to that concern that you flagged, or that potentiality, could we not just say a host community may not contract for any purpose on any terms or under any conditions inconsistent with any applicable provision of Massachusetts general laws. That would seem to cover the situation that was described by Director Poppin.
Enforcement Counsel Lopez, can you repeat that?
Sure. A host community may not contract for any purpose on any terms or under any conditions inconsistent with any applicable provision of Massachusetts general laws.
So the suggestion on the table now is to include that language in addition to F.
F is not bound to Massachusetts laws.
Right, it's exactly where my thinking was. I just want to make sure that we're still maintaining that. Okay. Commissioner Mori, is that,
I think that's great. Thank you.
okay, so Commissioner Stebbins?
I like that. I'm going to hate to put too fine a point on this. We're talking about agreements. Is there any legal difference between an agreement and a contract in this wording?
I'm not sure I mean, it does not appear to me to be a capitalized term, so I'm not sure if it's defined. But I would have to go look at the source language.
Okay. And I think the language that Commissioner Roy is suggesting is important. I'm also sitting here realizing, coming from the comptroller's office, it's about contracts, it's about provision of goods, it's about payments. I just want to make sure that this is synchronous with an agreement.
Commissioner Roy?
I think in this stated language, contract is a verb and not a noun. So therefore, it wouldn't be muddled with agreements.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Okay. Yeah, I realize we're going to come back and look at all of this, but I'm okay with leaving it in this way.
I think, yeah, for me, it speaks even more to F, and it protects against contracts and agreements.
I also agree. I think this was a good addition. So we have consensus. I think I'll again ask if there are any questions, comments, concerns on subsection 2, A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
No, with the caveat that we'll come back to the discussion around A, B, and C and the sort of rewriting of the condition.
That's right. Okay. All right, Attorney Carter, we are ready to proceed.
Yes, so Madam Chair, would you like me to continue reading all of the sub-point bullets only because it is getting 4 o'clock? So
let me take a temperature check right now, because I understand that are any of my fellow commissioners opposed to sort of going through not each subsection, sub-bullet, but just the titles, and then any questions that you have. Is that okay with you?
I understand for the essence of time.
Yeah.
I just feel sometimes when you read it, it will spark the deliberative process around, I've met with so many, this is such an important topic to glean over areas, makes me queasy because so many
think
people.
that we might miss something.
Yes,
That's
I'm
fine.
sorry, yeah.
What I'll do instead, I'll read some. When I get a little bit tired from reading, maybe I'll talk.
You should, yeah. Thank you.
All right, so we're on.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes.
We would be on 3.
Okay. Okay, sub 3 reads, the party shall ensure that HCAs include a statement of all stipulated responsibilities between a host community and a licensed applicant, or between a host community and a marijuana establishment, including but not limited to the following. A provision requiring a host community to annually transmit its invoice of claimed impact fees to a marijuana establishment within 1 month of the anniversary of the date a marijuana establishment received final licensure. B, a provision explicitly identifying any generally occurring fees to be charged by a host community. Generally occurring fees are customarily imposed on other non-cannabis businesses operating in a host community and shall not be considered a CIF, e.g. routine water, property tax, sewer, trash pickup, etc. I'll pause there. Are there any comments, questions, concerns? Okay, seeing none, I'll continue. 4, the party shall ensure that HCAs include the following information. A, the specific marijuana establishment license operations permitted under the terms of the HCA. B, the name, signature, and title of the individual or individuals authorized to enter into HCAs on behalf of a host community as a contracting authority. C, the name, signature, and title of the individual or individuals authorized to enter into HCAs on behalf of a licensed applicant or marijuana establishment as an authorized representative. D, the dates of execution by both parties. E, the effective date of an HCA. And F, the duration of an HCA. I'll pause there. Are there any comments, questions, or concerns from my fellow commissioners? I see none. 5, the party shall ensure that HCAs provide clear, specific terms regarding a host community's assessment of a CIF, if applicable, including but not limited to a provision requiring a host community to transmit its invoice of claimed impact fees to a marijuana establishment within 1 month of the anniversary of the marijuana establishment's final license date. Are there any questions, concerns, comments? Okay, we're now on subsection D. The parties may include a clause in HCA whereby the parties voluntarily agree to bring HCA disputes before a private mediator retained by the parties. Neither party may unilaterally compel private mediation. E, approval of HCAs may be conditioned on a host community being in good compliance standing with the commission relative to any HCA to which the host community is a contracting party. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Just a question about this, and I'd be curious to understand the background, but do we necessarily need to define what that good compliance standing is, or what constitutes good compliance standing?
I may as well add to E when I can.
Commissioner Stebbins, I want to see if me and Commissioner Roy can answer your question.
Sure.
Being members of the working group. So your question is, do you mind restating it?
Sure. It's do we need to create a definition for what good compliance standing means? I know it's referenced a couple times a little bit further. I'm just wondering if we need to really define what that is.
First, Council Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would advise against defining good compliance standing. I think it would be best for the commission not to box compliance staff in when it comes to making those assessments, but in general, good compliance standing is referring to whether or not the host community is in compliance with the regulations. So I think it would probably be best to leave that open. That's always the balance that is difficult to strike, sure, is providing enough detail, but not to the point of cutting off your ability to effectively, perform your compliance oversight of host communities and licensees.
Okay, and thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just mindful. I think a little further in the document we talked about a publishing of a list of good compliance standings. So I'll keep open the opportunity to maybe revisit this, or at least when we get to that point, see how it make sure it aligns.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, I had the same thought, so I'm glad that you brought it up, especially since we talk about good faith and all this good stuff. I get nervous. My question is also for compliance as it relates to the language where it says approval of HCA. So I saw somewhere where folks asked, just what does it mean in this section? And I know it's not the impact fee area, but there was a suggestion to, instead of saying approval of HCA's, to change it to payment of impact fees. But I guess I want to also understand what does an approval of HCA in this section mean as it relates to this sentence E?
So I will, we're currently in section 2 of chapter 500.180, which is the general requirements for host community agreements. And it goes through our ability and authority to review and approve each HCA. So approval in this instance is the Cannabis Control Commission's approval. Does that answer your question? Okay. Enforcement Council Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You are correct, Madam Chair. So approval here is referring to the Commission's approval of the host community agreement. You know, the idea here is that it can be conditioned on the good compliance standing. So if theoretically a complaint were filed about whether or not a host community was complying with the regulations, it was substantiated, and you know, notice of deficiency was sent, or the commission were to you know, correspond with the host community and ask them to refrain from the non-compliant conduct, and they did not, then the next kind of set of consequences from there includes some of the discussions around good compliance standing and that being publicized. In terms of your piece, your remark on approval of community impact fees being conditioned on good compliance standing, that is a policy decision. And if the commission were to want to explore that, that would be something that could be incorporated, a similar provision mirroring this language, but for approval or certification of community impact fees in that section.
Got it.
Commissioner Correct.
I mean, it's up, you know, just again, a suggestion, replace approval of HCA's with payment of impact fees, right? That's just what I wanted to understand.
Well, we have not we're not yet at the community impact fee section.
Right.
So my suggestion would be to make a note of this and then see if your concerns are covered.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any other comments, questions? Okay. F, the commission may deem a provision of an HCA invalid and therefore unenforceable based on the finding that the provision violates Mass General Laws, Chapter 94G, 935 CMR 500, or 935 CMR 501. The commission may also declare an HCA or provision of an HCA voidable upon deeming the HCA as a contract of adhesion. G, the commission may decline to approve an HCA on the basis of any other ground that serves the purposes of Mass General Laws, Chapter 94G, 935 CMR 500, or 935 CMR 501. H, a marijuana establishment that seeks a name change or location change pursuant to 935 CMR 500.104 subsection 1 must submit, respectively, a new or updated HCA in a form and manner determined by the commission. Upon submission of a change of ownership request for the transfer of a license, an applicant may propose a name change with the application submission. If elected, an applicant must submit an amended HCA. I will pause here because I know we received public comment about the name change requirement. So,
Commissioner Stebbins, go like this, I'm going like this.
We're both raising our hand at the same time.
who wants to go first? There we go. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would suggest striking the verbiage that seeks a name change. Obviously, you look through our regs, a name change approval is a requirement or obligation of our executive director or the executive director of the commission. I can certainly see how a change of location might need to strike or might need to create cause for a new HCA to be created. You might be moving across town. Again, some of those local ordinances and other things might come into play, but I'm hard pressed to seek a new updated HCA just based on a name change.
I see Director Potvin, and I was actually going to ask Director Potvin to join us just because this is your wheelhouse. What do you have? I'll just give you the floor to give your comments.
Thank you, Chair Concepcion. I will just provide this feedback in regards to what Commissioner Stebbins just said. I understand the burden of, with the change of name, having to quote unquote renegotiate a contract. The issue here is because we are enforcing contracts at this point. Contracts are between parties, named parties. If we allow and approve a name change of a business for a lack of a better example, ABC Inc. to XYZ LLC, and XYZ LLC is approved, and they are now operating in that municipality, we will not know if they are actually subject to a host community agreement, whether they actually have a host community agreement that they are subject to. And that can lead to potential issues down the road, not only in a host community agreement, but inevitably into what is owed to a municipality from a business for community impact fees. In essence, the reality of it though is this, is if there is that ABC Inc. that is in existence and they may be just doing a name change to XYZ LLC, the only change that would hypothetically be needed is between the parties. They don't necessarily need to change any other terms and conditions within the contract. However, again, it would be problematic for enforceability if we do not know who the actual two parties of the contract are.
Commissioner Camargo and Commissioner Wood.
I'm going to withdraw for right now because I think Commissioner Stebbins covered what I wanted to say, and I'm hearing Kyle is just, this is so burdensome, but that's my.
Commissioner Wood.
In lieu of a new HCA, could the parties execute a change of name agreement?
So again, to contract law, it would require not so much a new HCA. At a very minimum, it would require an amendment to an HCA. It could be a one-page document that just says, hey, ABC Inc. has transferred its interest in this contract to XYZ LLC, but as an amendment to a contract, it would require both parties to sign off on. But it could be that simple.
And I think the language here allows for that because it's not necessarily requiring a new HCA, it's new or updated. And that situation, Kyle, that you just referenced would be that updated language. Yeah. Are there any other thoughts?
Madam Chair,
yeah,
it could be an amendment or an appendix. Business contracts usually get amended many times over time since the first time that they're actually executed. And it could just be a one-page sign-off execution though, by both of the contracting parties, or maybe in this case, in that situation, ABC, LLC, and the municipality, where they just sign off on it. But it could be, in essence, a one-page appendix.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioner Stebbins.
And thank you, Director Potvin. I appreciate the clarification. And again, this was obviously in your wheelhouse as you were writing this. I'm happy to keep a name change in, but could we change the language in the first sentence to say marijuana establishment that seeks a name change or location change pursuant to 935 CMR 500-1041 must submit respectively a updated HCA in a form? But just taking out the word a new or.
Well,
I'll vocalize my apprehension is the change of location piece is going to a different municipality. And I do believe in those instances, a new HCA is appropriate.
It doesn't always go to a new municipality. I know one that
That's fair.
Yeah, that's,
town.
But also, that is a fair point. Speaking from someone who's from a larger municipality, and depending on where you are, that community input
Right.
is just a little. So my own apprehension is that, Commissioner Stebbins, I'll let, did you have an?
yeah, no, I appreciate that. I was viewing location change of, I'm staying in the same municipality. I'm moving within the same municipality. It may constitute a need for a new HCA. But I think if you were talking about a location change overall, that might take it out of here and place it back at the starting line of negotiating an HCA. I was reading it as location change within that existing municipality, because all you want to do is amend or update or submit an updated HCA to comply.
Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. And I know that Rebecca also has her hands up. I agree with Commissioner Stebbins. Like, I feel like the location change for me makes sense. The name change, I'm hearing something that we can simplify and sort of add to this, whereas a more simple one pager or whatever it is that we were talking about earlier. I'm just advocating for simple is better in these processes. Again, I get the location change, the name change. If we can make it simple for both municipalities and operators, I think we'll save them some time and some headaches.
Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to that point, I think that, based on what Director Potvin just described, a one pager, we can certainly assist in our implementation and rollout efforts by coming up with a form or a template that we post on the website, just to make the process easier for those who are just doing a name change, that they could, fill out that form and submit it to the commission. So we can take that into consideration when we're actually implementing.
Yeah, I think that's great.
I'm still concerned about a new or.
Okay.
I appreciate, coming up with a document that makes it easy to say I've changed from versus buds to versus flower or whatever, and understanding, but I read that language and it just starts to infer that a new HCA needs to be created when all you're really doing is kind of updating the information.
So what's the, if I may, what's the alternative, Commissioner? Like, walk us through that.
Just,
I hear you.
yeah,
What's the alternative?
no, and I hope what I'm trying to do is, I'm appreciating what Director Potvin is saying in terms of being able to track all of this activity as we move down the line. But again, just clarifying, a marijuana establishment that seeks a name change or a location change, and maybe we can clarify that to a location change within the same municipality, must submit an updated HCA in a form and manner determined by the commission, which I think speaks to Attorney Lopez's thoughts.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Director Potvin.
Thank you. The harsh reality, Commissioner Stebbins, is that even with the change of the parties, it is in fact a new contract by law. It is a new HCA. Even if you're just changing the names, it is a new contract. However, hearing you loud and clear, I think we could probably, no, seriously though, because we're talking about legalese, and contract law is not easy. It is not at all, even for lawyers. But I think what we could do is provide some clarity in an updated guidance document. Also, what EC Lopez was saying, like some type of form or all of our forms to provide as much clarity to our parties as possible. But the problematic thing is if it gets challenged, it is a new contract in front of a district court or a superior court. And we do have to act within the confines of that in some way, shape, or form. But there is 100% additional clarity we could provide around it. But it is, in essence, if there's a new party to it, whether it's the same party, like built of individuals and entities that have existed for years, they're calling themselves something else, it is a new contract. So I think we would be very careful now that we're dabbling into a field of regulating these contracts, that we acknowledge the fact that they're new contracts. So that would be my one cautionary tale to them.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Enforcement Counsel Lopez, I appreciate the suggestion you made around creating the forms, the commission creating something that can be utilized by, anyone who's going through this name change process. Anything that sort of alleviates the need to rely on, lawyers. I'm speaking as a lawyer myself, but I know, it can be capital intensive. So I can see that as being a great tool to be utilized. I like that suggestion. I think that it's a good one. Attorney Carter, I think I saw your hand, so I'll also recognize you as well.
Yes, but the point is passed, so I will defer back to you.
Okay, so Commissioner Stebbins, I'll ask you sort of what's your ask here? Like, what are you requesting happen today?
Yeah, no, I thank you. And to Director Potvin, again, I appreciate you're thinking it through from the commission's responsibility. I appreciate your overall awareness of Mass General Law in that case. And I hear you, and I just want to make sure that we're not suggesting anybody who goes through a name change now has to renegotiate or seek a new HCA. So as long as we feel that's clear, and if I might, and again, Director Potvin, I'll look to you for your feedback. And again, this is more to provide some clarity, is suggesting language after or location to indicate within the same municipality. Is that
Director Potvin?
a fair
Thank you,
addition
Chair.
for clarity? Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I think most municipalities and most licensees will utilize a form as described by EC Lopez. However, there is an opportunity that this opens up a renegotiation. It is real. It is a real possibility. I don't want to sweet talk it, because if now there could be just as easy as a contract transfer from one entity to another for a municipality. However, there can be some municipalities, as the party B of the situation, that says, well, you know what, let's talk about terms. And I don't want that to be completely unaware of the commission when they're adopting these policies. That's a real possibility. I don't know how to solve that issue, because again, we're dealing with contract law, and those are real possibilities. So I could see a lot of municipalities and a lot of licensees taking advantage of a simple transfer in a one-page document. I can see some municipalities and maybe even licensees to say, let's renegotiate some of these terms in this agreement. So but again, contract law is between, more likely than not, two parties. And we're not one of those parties.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Director Potvin, if I can just ask you a question for clarification. As you look at that language, marijuana establishment that seeks a name change or location change, is there any clarity that we need to offer, again, in terms of the commission's responsibility, again, especially when it comes to a name change, that's something that the ED approves. Do we need to offer clarity as to whether that approved name change comes first or whether it's part of the name change request to the commission?
So speaking of that, and also delegation of authority to the ED. The ED right now, currently with nothing unchanged in the draft regulations, is in 500-104, the ED is delegated to approve both changes of name and changes of location.
Okay.
With the proposed regulations from the working group of HCAs as written, that updated HCA would be needed for a change of name. More likely than not, it's going to be, I hate to say it's superficial or just like kind of administrative in nature because they're just going to be changing the names. But location, like you said, is more likely to be, hey, I'm moving from Maynard to Taunton. And that may be a whole new HCA. In that situation, it probably will be a whole new HCA agreement.
Right.
Those approvals of change of name and change of location, as of right now, is still delegated to the executive director.
Commissioner Camargo.
This is just a thought, so nobody throw rocks at me. Do we need this section? Can we strike this section in its entirety because we already have a process in terms of name change and location change?
Not for host community.
Not for host community, okay.
This is a
Okay.
completely new.
Okay, that's why I just said it out there. I'm like,
Commissioner Roy.
So I just want to make sure we're covering all our bases. So someone could interpret a name change, my maiden name, Kim Miranda, then I'm Kim Roy. So that's a name change when I got married. Does that fully cover change of ownership?
So one of the recommendations, and I think it comes later, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, Director Hoffman, please.
Thank you. I'm sorry, it's getting late in the day, so I want to make sure I'm giving appropriate deference when due. So Commissioner Roy, as of right now, how it stands, our processes are that you cannot change the business name during a change of ownership. They are two separate processes. I believe later on in time, one of the regulations that has been proposed by the HCA working group is that there's an opportunity that if in fact you are changing ownership and it is in fact, quote unquote, like a transfer of a license to a new business, they can propose that change of name in that same application, which would be a change from existing processes, but would make it really more efficient for industry. If that was the situation right there, then yes, a new HCA or quote unquote an amended HCA, which is in fact a new HCA, would have to be submitted as part of that change of ownership. If it's an example of a change of ownership where a business is just saying, hey, we have a new chief inventory officer or a new chief financial officer that meets that threshold of a person with direct and indirect authority, but we're not changing our business name, we would not ask for an amended or new HCA.
Thank you, Director Poppin. Commissioner Camargo, did you have any thoughts? Commissioner Roy?
That helped.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins, do you have a proposal? Do you have any action that you wish to take on this language today?
No, again, and I greatly appreciate again the work that Director Potvin, the work and the thinking that Director Potvin put into this, and I trust him for his legal expertise. Again, I guess my only remaining question is, would we entertain just a language change that says location within the host community? If that just, and only to recommend that or suggest that, just to offer clarity to anybody reading our regs.
Commissioner Stebbins, would you, For clarity purposes, this would read a marijuana establishment that seeks a name change or location change. Do you mind just
Sure.
stating your proposal?
Sure. A marijuana establishment that seeks a name change or a location change within the host community. And I'll turn to Kyle to see, he's got his hand up. I knew it already, which is good.
Commissioner Roy.
I'm just confused. Do you,
Yeah.
Commissioner Stebbins, do you say it's not necessary if you stay within the borders of the community? Or are you saying it is necessary when you stay within the border? Because the way you read it, you need it for when you stay in the same town.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
But I think that's what we're addressing here. We're addressing, you're still staying within the same town.
You're
You're
saying,
changing your name. You might move within the town. Then I think that falls within the requirement of you need to submit a new or updated HCA.
but conversely, you're saying you don't need one when you move to a different town?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I think that's covered somewhere else. If you decide to go be a license applicant in another community, you start all over square one negotiating a new host community agreement. I'm just trying to, again, just add language for clarity that if you're, again, and this is my reading of this proposed paragraph, that you're staying in the same community, you might be moving, or you're changing your name. There's a requirement that you submit a new or updated HCA to reflect those changes in the form, in the documentation, in copies of all the agreements that we would maintain.
So I see Attorney Lopez, I see Director Poppin. Do you have whichever preference, you know what, Council Lopez?
I'll just note that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioners Roy or Chair, but the intention of the HCA working group was not to limit this obligation to changes of location occurring within the municipality. It was meant to cover any change of location.
That's correct.
So any change of location, that would be a material change to, the contract. So that would require a new contract if you go to a new
Okay.
location. If you stay in the same location, it would require a renegotiate a new HCA.
Okay. That clarified that. I appreciate the intention and that clarification. I'm good.
Director Poppin?
I could not agree with EC Lopez more. Especially within a big municipality, if you're located, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, Kyle. I just mumbled. We got confused because I think the intent, what Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Roy and all of us are sort of, bringing up is real, but I think that's what happened. We got a little confused at the intent. So it's good to be clear on what the intent is.
So there's a real possibility in a lot of like greater metropolitan cities within the Commonwealth. Let's just use Worcester, for example. If you're located at 1 Main Street at Worcester, and now you're proposing a location that is maybe on the outridges of Worcester in Uxbridge, and again, I apologize, but you're in a more rural area, the impact is less. The impact and the realities that are your existing contract could be less. And it might be advantageous for a licensee to negotiate a more equitable host community agreement, but it's also the same in reverse, let's be real. But the thing is, though, if we had a host community agreement from a licensee that says, hey, we're on 1 Main Street in Worcester, and they do a change of location, and now they're at 157 something road on the edge of Worcester, I don't think we can honestly say that host community agreement that's in existence is compliant, because now there's conflicting terms. So it could be, again, another thing of a name change. No terms could possibly change whatsoever, but one of the terms, in fact, is the location of where they plan on being located. It could be a one-page addendum or modification that says, yes, everything else is the same, but we recognize, but all the parties recognize they're not at this location anymore, they're at this location. It could be as simple as that. But again, contract law is contract law. So we are now in the business of contract law.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioner Roy?
I'm wondering if we should add language also, change in the number of licenses or the license type. In other words, like you're at a location and you have a grow, but then you decide you're going to apply for a product manufacturer license at the same location, okay? But there's different impacts of a cultivation versus a product. So if there's a change in the number of licenses or the types of licenses, does this account for that? Wants to opine.
Director Potvin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the requirements that I think the commission body as a whole just went over is the subsection 3, which requires, I'm sorry, maybe not subsection 3. Yes, subsection 4. The party shall ensure that HCAs include the following information: the specific marijuana establishment license operations permitted under the terms of the HCA. In a situation like that, which has happened in the past, is that maybe in this case, a small business or a large business says, hey, I want to have a cultivation facility in Worcester. And because we're located in Worcester, I will use that as the safest municipality in terms. And say they operate within a year. And now they want to get a product manufacturing operation. They want to get a product manufacturing license. That in itself would require an amendment. We would not, as a new license application where the terms of the HCA only allow a cultivation operation to be permitted within the boundaries of Worcester, there is obviously a disconnect between that and them seeking a product manufacturing license operation.
Commissioner Roy?
So I guess, do we insert specific marijuana establishment license operations, a change in license operations, or a change? Does that require an amendment?
Them applying for a license that they do not. So let's say an example like this. They will probably submit a license application where they have an HCA that's been approved by the commission and has only allowed cultivation operations. This would be an instance where the request for information would be sent out, and on the HCA regulations as drafted would say, you're not allowed to perform product manufacturing operations under this HCA within this municipality. Please provide an amendment or modification or clarification, something that gives you authority under this contract to operate this type of operation here in the city of Worcester. It's not something that can't be overcome. It's just something that would need to be verified.
Commissioner Roy?
Okay, so we don't, wait, if I understand you right, Director Potvin, we don't have to expressly, the licensee or they don't have to be proactive and let us know. We're going to find it on the other end.
So in the case of a new applicant, we're going to find it before their license.
So
In the case of a licensee who's submitting a renewal application, if they have not found it themselves, it is something they're going to catch during the renewal application process.
Commissioner Roy, did you have any additional questions?
okay, so let's just say the day after we approve the renewal, this cultivation under the same roof, is a product, applies for product manufacturing. So we won't catch it theoretically it won't be updated for a year because they're not proactively letting us know.
Well, when you say catch, you have to think about the fact of looking at us like from a regulatory body, an enforcement body versus a body that is supposed to comply with the regulatory and compliance of the body. There is a requirement in 935 CMR 500-104 subsection 5 that requires any marijuana establishment, which would apply in your case, to update us as to any new information that has changed since the original submission of their last application. So our licensees are under an obligation to make sure that we, as a regulatory and compliance body, are up to date. If not, that could possibly be a compliance issue.
Convert. Oh,
I just want to, I see enforcement
Okay.
counsel does, so I want to give her an opportunity to speak as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just note that one of our kind of what we are always confronted with as an agency and as an enforcement department is that we're not able to be everywhere all at once. We're not able to see everything that's happening every day. So what we have to rely on are the regulatory systems that we have in place and the controls and safeguards that we build through the regulations to kind of, check in at different points and see what's going on. And I think the same would apply in this situation. We wouldn't be able to kind of see every change that's happening to the contract, and we're going to have a lot of our hands very full with HCAs in general, but we will have an opportunity to review and assess any HCA for its compliance with their laws, whether it's through the HCA once submitted in connection with the new license application or the HCA in connection with the renewal of the current license application.
Commissioner Rice?
So extrapolating that would also cover when something license is surrendered. So if somebody has, let's say, an adult use and a medical use co-located and they want to surrender the medical, that'll be caught or acknowledged.
Well, as we continue to converse about what the HCA policy is going to look like, I'm sure we can kind of think through that that process as well. We have not, I don't think the working group did touch on what would happen if a license was surrendered. That may be a situation where the parties are both agreeing to cancel the HCA. That's something that that the commissioners may want to explore as you continue your discussions about HCAs in general.
So I want to circle us back to the language in the section itself for age. Are we in consensus to move forward, or are there recommended changes? And I'll open that up to any of the commissioners here. Commissioner Camargo?
I mean, we're going around sort of educating ourselves and educating the public on this process, but for me, I'll say it again, I think whatever's simplest for this section in terms of, and I think Commissioner Stebbins, I think we clarified the location change for everyone, not just in the municipality piece. I hear the form that can be developed. So I guess to just answer your question, I'm okay with how it is if we adopt adding a form that can simplify the process. That's where I'm at.
Commissioner Roy?
Yeah.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, again, let me repeat it. I greatly appreciate both Enforcement Counsel Lopez and Director Potvin's kind of breakdown of this section, because it is far different than how I was reading it initially. But I'm okay with leaving it as is. Might sleep on it, come back tomorrow and have more questions, but I'm okay so that we can move on.
Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
Commissioner, I just wanted to, thank you, Chair. I wanted to note that with respect to the name change versus location change, what I would like to do is just have, I think this might be something that we can just do a little more legal review of to see if a name change could be treated in more of a pro forma way than a location change. So happy for, to offer additional legal assessment of that. And then if we find something that makes a difference, then we'll report back to the commissioners.
I think that would be appreciated across the board. Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, and I'm comfortable moving on as long as we do address the issue of surrendering at some point in the process, surrendering a license.
Okay. I'll continue. We are now at I, prohibitions. 1, no licensed applicant, marijuana establishment, or host community shall enter into an HCA that includes a promise to make a future monetary payment, in-kind contribution, or charitable contribution. A licensed applicant or marijuana establishment may voluntarily provide organizations with monetary payments, in-kind contributions, and charitable contributions after executing an HCA, as long as the licensed applicant or marijuana establishment's actions are not performed because of a condition imposed by a host community, whether explicitly or implicitly. 2, a contractual financial obligation other than a CIF that is explicitly or implicitly a factor considered in or included as a condition of an HCA is unenforceable, subject to the following exceptions. A, references in an HCA to a marijuana establishment's obligations to pay any fees associated with sales tax, excise tax on marijuana and marijuana products, optional local tax, or as otherwise provided in Mass General Laws, Chapter 94G, Mass General Laws, Chapter 64H, and Mass General Laws, Chapter 64N. B, references in an HCA to a marijuana establishment's obligations to pay a host community for generally occurring fees associated with operating in a host community, e.g. water, sewer, property tax, etc. No host community may mandate or otherwise require that the CIF be a certain percentage of a marijuana establishment's total or gross sales as a term or condition of an HCA. A host community shall not demand a CIF exceeding 3% of the gross sales of a marijuana establishment as a term or condition of an HCA. No licensed applicant, marijuana establishment, or host community will use inducements to negotiate or execute an HCA. Commissioner Roy?
I have proposed language for this body around number 5. I will read how it reads now, and then I will read the proposed language. So currently, no licensed applicant, marijuana establishment, or host community will use inducements to negotiate or execute an HCA. I'm proposing a second sentence. No municipality or host community shall negotiate or renegotiate an HCA through the use of undue influence, duress, coercion, intimidation, threats, or any strong arm tactics, including by threat of dissolution of the HCA.
Commissioner Roy, would this be 6 or would this be
This would
tacked on to 5?
Tacked on to 5, or it could be 6. Could be its standalone.
Do you mind repeating it one more time?
No, yeah, absolutely. No municipality or host community shall negotiate or renegotiate an HCA through the use of undue influence, duress, coercion, intimidation, threats, or any strong arm tactics, including by threat of dissolution of the HCA.
Council Carter.
If I may, Commissioner Roy, would it be possible to send that over?
In the chat?
Yes,
I'm on it.
I would appreciate that very much.
Any comments or questions from my fellow commissioners? Commissioner Camargo.
Commissioner Roy, I like the language. My only question is, I appreciate that language. My only question is it appropriate language for regulations when we say strong arm tactics? So I know what you mean, but I just want to, from legal, but.
May I answer? Sure. I lifted it from from the draft regulations. It was in the municipal equity section, so it's there. I just lifted it. I lifted it and shifted it into.
I like it.
Yeah, I still have the question too, just in case, but
Okay.
yeah.
Commissioner Stebbins, did you have any comments?
I think it reads fine again, especially if we've just lifted it from another section.
All right, I think we can proceed. J, the following terms, conditions, or clauses are prohibited in an HCA. 1, a provision that discourages any party from bringing a civil cause of action or other legal challenge relative to an HCA or to an individual term or provision of an HCA. 2, a provision that requires a licensed applicant or marijuana establishment to make upfront payments as a condition for operating in the host community. 3, A provision that affords a host community sole and absolute discretion on how a community will spend a CIF. I'll pause there. Commissioner Roy?
Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought we had suggested language from DOR.
We do have public comment from DOR for this section. However, I believe it aligns with their, I think their understanding was a little bit different. So I want to.
Can we take a moment?
I'll read it into the record so that we are all familiar with that commentary as well. Okay, so this is J3.
What batch is that in?
I believe it was batch 1 under Woodland. Okay, so this came in from Kenneth Woodland from the Department of Revenue. It reads page 253, section 500.182, 180, subsection 2, subsection J, subsection 3. The following terms, conditions, or clauses are prohibited in an HCA. Quote, a provision that affords a host community sole and absolute discretion on how a community will spend a CIF. End quote. The recommendation was to consider removal of this provision. And the reasoning is that the money is general fund revenue, so the community does not have sole discretion in how to spend it. The money cannot be reserved and then later spent for the intended purposes without express statutory language to that effect. We have a series of publications that discuss this general rule, but the two linked below are most on point. Now, the reason why I said that this aligns with this is because it's a prohibited term. So if we're prohibiting this and the public comment we received is that a community cannot do this because they don't have sole discretion, I don't believe they conflict with one another, but I'll open that up to my fellow commissioners to see if there's any additional comments. Commissioner Roy?
Just in a minute. Why is he asking us to strike it then?
Well, the reason he gave is that the money is general fund revenue, so the community does not have sole discretion on how to spend it. So a provision that affords a host community sole and absolute discretion on how to spend it would be adverse to their abilities. So what I was saying originally was that this, at least my understanding is that is a misread of what we're presenting here.
Oh.
So we're saying that this is prohibited, that a host community cannot do this. They're essentially agreeing with us, and they're saying that a municipality does not have the authority to have the sole discretion on how to spend it. So that's why I said, I don't believe this needs to be.
He's thinking
stricken.
we were
No.
saying it's prohibited and it was saying we're condoning it, but
Exactly.
okay.
Exactly. So Director Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I agree with your analysis that here we're essentially saying this is prohibited as a term because it is in fact what DOR is agreeing to from my understanding. I think their position becomes a lot more relevant later on in the municipal equity section under 500.181, where the commission's draft regulations suggest or promote that there are funds specifically given from the CIF that is received from the from the marijuana establishment and requiring them to be donated. So I think that's where the comment becomes a lot more
I agree.
essential and relevant.
Thank you, Director Potvin.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Camargo, are you good? Commissioner Stebbins?
Mhm.
Commissioner Roy?
I'm good because I see he thinks that we had it as a provision that affords and we have as a provision that prohibits.
That's right.
Okay, I'm good.
And that was my reading of.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. All right. We're on 4. 4, a provision waiving a marijuana establishment's ability to dispute whether impact fees claimed by a host community are reasonably related and properly due and payable as a CIF. A provision that categorically deems a host community's claimed impact fees to be reasonably related or that otherwise excuse a host community from calculating impact fees based on the actual operations of a marijuana establishment. Commissioner Roy.
When is it appropriate to inject the language that no good faith estimates, no generalized costs, no unquantifiable sums as a prohibited term? Is this the appropriate area?
Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
To respond to Commissioner Roy, so I believe that that language that you wanted to highlight was for the purpose of identifying what a CIF is not and should not be.
Yes, but the reason I bring it up now is because CIF was meant, could you reread the one you just read?
So 4 mentions CIF.
They
4
mentioned CIF,
but
that's why I bring that up.
4 states a provision waiving a marijuana establishment's ability to dispute whether impact fees claimed by a host community are reasonably related and properly due and payable as a CIF. 5 reads, a provision that categorically deems a host community's claimed impact fees to be reasonably related or that otherwise excuse a host community from calculating impact fees based on an actual operations of a marijuana establishment. You're right, this does speak to impact fees.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, this speaks to what terms that are prohibited in the host community agreement when it comes to community impact fees. So you could put it here, but I think it might make more sense to put it into the section on what is prohibited as a community impact fee. Let me just look at, this is prohibited practices. Let's just see. Actually, no, I think you could include it here because under the CIF section, we really focus on prohibited practices, but not really speaking to what is or is not a CIF. So I think that it could make sense here.
Thank you. And the reason I say that is because from my understanding, these are negotiating tools in the host community agreement. So municipalities are negotiating that we afforded the ability to do a good faith estimate. We can provide unquantifiable costs. We can provide generalized expenses, prorated expenses for the general impacts of marijuana. So this is being negotiated as part of.
Yeah, I think maybe a new subsection though, instead of including it in one of these, but a new subsection. So a provision that imposes, and then you can identify your list as constituting a CIF, kind of prohibiting that those are included as a contractual term that they qualify as community impact fees.
Commissioner Roy, can you repeat the language?
Well, I don't have the language, but I can identify the terms. Okay. So, and maybe we can create the language based off of the terms. So, good faith estimates, unquantifiable costs, generalized expenses, prorated expenses. And if there's any I'm not thinking of that.
Commissioner Stebbins, do you have any comments or questions, Commissioner Camargo?
Not particularly to this. My recommendation was just going to be that we try to wordsmith this and also take a restroom break.
Okay, I'm looking at the time here too, but I don't think.
Maybe we can finish this section till number 8 and then go to take a restroom break.
Yes, I would like us to get, at least stop when we get to community impact fees.
Oh, yes.
Because that, it's 5 now, but I want to make sure we're energized and fresh for that conversation.
Topic.
So, Commissioner Roy.
Yes.
I'm trying to think through how we'll do this. So I wonder if Attorney Carter or Enforcement Counsel Lopez, if you would draft that language. Enforcement Counsel Lopez, I see your hand up.
Yes, I was just looking at the regs again, and while prohibited practices under the community impact fee section may not make sense, there is the general requirements section for A1, which says to qualify as a CIF, an impact fee claimed by host community must be reasonably related. That might be a good place to follow up again with the language saying, this is what is not a community impact fee. Good faith, we could literally put in there, good faith estimates, unquantifiable costs, generalized expenses, and prorated expenses do not amount to a CIF.
Commissioner Ryan. Does that account for?
I love it there. I'm just wondering if it also needs to be in the part of the negotiations of the. I love it there because you can't assess a fee based on all of these things, but I also try to prevent it from being baked into the agreement itself.
Well, luckily for us, we do have other parts of the statute that support what that not being possible, because the statute does say that that a host community can charge a fee, but they cannot charge any payment obligation other than a CIF. So if you're saying that this group, this class of costs estimates are excluded from the definition or what a CIF can be, then they would not be on the table in terms of negotiation, because the only payment obligation that a host community can pursue is the CIF. But we can still look and see if there's a way to work it in, if you'd like to work it in twice. But I just mean that from an enforceable standpoint, I don't think we would lose our ability to take action and, conduct our compliance monitoring and oversight on the basis of, if we were to find that those kinds of fees were made a term of an HCA, I think that would be a reason why the HCA would be non-compliant.
Commissioner Ray.
Unless we received a complaint by the licensee, how would we know it's a generalized cost when we get like an invoice for community impact fee? My fear is a licensee would agree to the invoice having good faith estimates, unquantifiable cost, generalized expenses, and prorated expenses. And I'm trying to eliminate it in step one before it gets to step two.
Work either way, so we can do that one.
So I think this will be another area that will likely happen on Wednesday, that we go back to this with language. I will continue so that we can get to a short break as well. So, okay. 6, a provision that imposes legal overtime or administrative cost or any cost other than a CIF on a marijuana establishment, with the exception of a marijuana establishment's tax obligations or its responsibility for paying routine, generally occurring municipal fees. 7, a provision that obligates a marijuana establishment to set aside money in an escrow, bond, or other similar account for a host community's use or purposes. 8, a provision that requires a marijuana establishment to make any additional payments or obligations, included but not limited to monetary payments, in-kind contributions, providing staffing, advance payments, or charitable contributions by a marijuana establishment to a host community or any other organization. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns from my fellow commissioners? Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, can you just give me 1 second? I want to read what section this is under. And the reason I'm asking is just because I wanted to just get a little bit more understanding of a provision that obligates a marijuana establishment to set aside money in the escrow, bonds, or other similar account for a host community. Those are, what section is this under? I'm looking.
This is under the prohibitions.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any other comments, questions, or concerns? No. All right, I think we have Commissioner Roy.
I know we had a meeting with Enforcement Counsel Lopez and Director Potvin, but the issue of MOU, and I just, for the public's, I want to have this conversation for the public, that the issue of MOUs, MOAs, contractual vehicles outside of the HCA's has come up many times and has been problematic. And I just need assurance that the regulations as drafted would prohibit such a practice of MOAs or MOUs or any other contractual vehicle outside of the HCA. And I just want to make sure we're covered here.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy, and thank you to Enforcement Counsel Lopez and Director Potvin for meeting with us and discussing this at length. If either of you want to sort of give your comments about why, whether or not it's covered and why it is covered by the draft that we have before us.
Okay, I'll start and then Director Poppin can speak to anything that I missed or reinforce. I will say that the statute, so our statute does state that the host community agreement, the expectation from the legislature is that the host community agreement will include all stipulations of responsibilities between the parties. And the legislature does repeat that in, I believe, in another provision as well. And so our regulations do reflect that expectation that there may not be any other payment obligations outside of the four corners of that contract. Director Potvin, do you have anything you'd like to add?
You're on mute.
I wonder if you, oh, there.
Thank you. EC Lopez's interpretation is in line with myself. The host community agreement does encompass by statute all responsibilities and stipulations. Anything that would fall outside of that host community agreement through what would be called a separate document, like an MOU or an MOA, could hypothetically be encompassed as being part of the HCA. Therefore, by statute, because it is including stipulations and responsibilities.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioner Roy?
You said could be, but not with full certainty that it would be.
That's correct, because if any attorney with a bar card is going to tell you that nobody's ever going to say full certainty, nobody's ever going to say 100%. That would be malpractice almost. But however, it is likely. Even with a provision that's stating that in the regulations, it could be interpreted that through statutory provisions. But nobody's ever going to say 100% certain to a legal possibility.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Do you have any additional questions or comments?
Is everybody comfortable? Like, we don't need to add anything contractual.
So we will be working on a guidance. I think that is a good mechanism for clarifying and making that really clear. But I'm willing to, have the conversation if you think otherwise.
I mean, that in statute, all stipulations and responsibilities between the parties. In regulation, can we beef it up?
Do you have any language that you want to propose? Or even
Including
not a thought? Go ahead.
Including all executed contractual obligations and documents, or, I mean, how do you say, does MOA and MOU cover it all? I'm not sure. I don't know if my fellow commissioners have any thoughts, and if everybody's good on that, I'm just trying to avoid any loopholes that could possibly arise.
Commissioner Stebbins?
No questions, no.
Commissioner Camargo?
Madam Chair, I would entertain or may I make a motion to go to the restroom and then come back to this one? Maybe we can think about it while we're in the restroom.
Okay, it's 5:07. You can hear my voice. I need some water also. Let's say 5:15. So you get back. So I'll entertain the motion to recess until 5:15. Commissioner Camargo, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, do I have a second?
Second.
We'll do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
All right.
The chair votes aye. Here are 4 in favor, none opposed. We are in recess until 5:15. Okay, so we're back from recess. Before we continue, I want to just ask my fellow commissioners about the possibility of a Thursday meeting. Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, I was, I'll admit, I probably came into today's conversation optimistic of only using maybe 2.5 days. Only for the purpose of our posting requirements, I would suggest adding Thursday, because it would have to be posted by 9 or 10 a.m. tomorrow, just to give us that flexibility.
Commissioner Roy.
I can do Thursday. Since we only had 3 days posted, I have a family member that needs surgical procedure Wednesday afternoon, and I have the transportation for that surgical procedure, not to divulge too much medical information. But so that's why I had a hard stop on Wednesday at a certain time.
Okay.
And Thursday, I'm gonna be wide open.
Okay, and so your hard stop on Wednesday is at what time?
Two-ish. Yeah. No, I understand this body has the ability to, you have 3, that's all you need. But I just wanted to put that out there.
Commissioner Camargo.
I'm available.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm available.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think, Attorney Carter.
We can discuss the notice component offline.
Okay, all right, perfect. I think this is a good time to pause. I think it's a good time to pause just because I know it's later in the day. We've gone through a lot today. There's still a lot to cover, and I know we're going into some meaty conversation. The next topic here is around dates. And I know that there's been a lot of public comment around this section of our regs. So before getting into it, I think this is a good place to stop for the day and then revisit when we get back here tomorrow morning.
May I just put a pin in one thing?
Just short, Commissioner.
So we left it around the conversation of all stipulations and responsibilities between the parties. And I talked about these outside contractual vehicles that are right out there. So I'm just going to propose that when we get to that language, that would also identify all contractual vehicles. So stipulations, responsibility, and identify all contractual vehicles. So when we do get to that, I just want to leave it out there and put a pin in that.
And when you say when we get to that, Commissioner Roy, are you speaking about the community impact fee section? Or are you speaking
HCA.
about HCA?
Yeah, so we
Okay.
can revisit it, whatever. I know everyone's like tired and it's been a long day. I just don't want to just leave that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, just for clarification, before we took a break, did we finish 7 and 8 completely? I know we had conversation around it, but for the record, are we sort of done with that section? Just since we do have a few minutes.
Well, I'll ask you, I'll ask Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Roy, were there any additional comments? Were there any questions or concerns? And about 7 or 8 that you want to discuss at this moment?
No.
No?
No.
No? Commissioner Roy?
So I've read in HCA's where the licensee has to donate to the town.
So I believe.
We talk about donations. I just want to make sure that's encompassing of municipalities and not outside just. So donations would cover that.
You know, let me go back to that language and read it to make sure.
Where was it?
If I may.
It's the very first,
Okay, yeah.
number 1 under prohibitions. No licensed applicant, marijuana establishment or host community shall enter into an HCA that includes a promise to make a future monetary payment, in-kind contribution, or charitable contribution.
Exactly. So that's donating to a charity, but I've seen HCA's where they donate not to a charity, but to a municipality. This is saying just charitable contribution. I'm saying contribution to a municipality. Are they different?
Would that be included in future monetary payment?
Nope, because it could be during course, not future. Oh, I see, future monetary payment.
Commissioner Camargo.
I was gonna ask Commissioner Roy for clarification. It's number 8, and I know
Well,
that's,
it's prohibitions.
yep. But just clarification, you're saying the municipality, how it reads here. You're saying the marijuana establishment, or you're saying the municipality? I heard you
I'm
saying a few
saying that-
things.
Marijuana establishments have been compelled through HCA's to donate to a municipality. And we talk about charitable contributions, but is a donation to a municipality separate and apart from a charitable contribution to a charity?
I need to make a correction because I referenced the wrong section here. So I'll read 8 into the record. A provision that requires a marijuana establishment to make any additional payments or obligations, including but not limited to monetary payments, in-kind contributions, providing staffing, advance payments, or charitable contributions by a marijuana establishment to a host community or any other organization.
Okay, I think that covers it. I just want to check with everybody.
It does. It does.
Okay, no,
Okay.
okay.
Okay. Are there
good.
any other questions on the sections that we've covered so far? Okay. With that being said, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So,
Do I have a second?
second.
I will motioned by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Before I say aye, I just want to say thank you so much to everyone today, our staff, our team, and to all commissioners, and thank you for returning. Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Before I say aye, I would echo that. Great job today by all 3 of my colleagues as well as our incredible team. So it's sausage making, but greatly appreciate everybody's hard work, trust, and teamwork on this. So, and there you go.
The chair votes aye, and I also want to just thank my fellow colleagues. This is our job. This is the core of our function as regulators, and it's nice to be in a room going through everything together. I will see you all tomorrow. So as the upcoming meetings and important dates, the next meeting is tomorrow morning here at 9 o'clock. And then the next meeting after that is scheduled for Wednesday, September 20th. And I believe we will be discussing providing notice for Thursday as well. So thank you so much. And thank you for everyone who has joined us. I covered a lot. Thank you.
Yay, we made it.